Call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Brand. Here. Councilmember Brandau. Councilmember Caprielio. Here. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Soria. Council President Baines.
Here. All right. Next, we have the invocation from the Reverend Dr. Norman Broadbent of the First Congregational Church of Fresno. Reverend Broadbent, will you please take the podium? And would everybody please stand and remain standing afterward for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Good morning. Let us share together in this time of reflection. O God of holy design and presence, we who gather here this morning invoke your blessing upon the responsibilities undertaken in the deliberations that today come before this council, in full view of concerned citizens who also share our responsibility of bearing witness to the agenda before everyone today. You meet us in city after city, imploring us to see what you see in all faith traditions, calling us to listen and to see your realm, which is of mercy, safety, and fairness. But you continually speak to us through prophets, ancient and contemporary, whom you have asked to point to where your image in your realm is broken, distorted, compromised, or worse, ignored, and some can only weep. Our prayer this morning invokes a celebration of people with a dream, people who, whether they speak from a council dais or from a people's floor, that each may do so out of goodwill and respect for others. Let people come to these deliberations today with the integrity to put such dreams to work, that there might be less pain and distrust in our city, that there might be no portion of the city ignored or its residents demeaned, discounted, or unappreciated. And let the filter for today's work be tempered with profound compassion and understanding, and of trusting the freedom to deliberate and choose, all tinged with providential mercy. Give us no stingy images of our future, but let nothing said today demean the integrity of your creation, human and material. For the dust of the most distant star and the breath we draw make us one with you. And so, God of many names, as known in our diverse faith expressions across this city, still speak to us as this council, the city's citizens, begin today's deliberations. May it begin now in the mutual covenant of shared responsibility and freedom. Amen.
Please face the flag. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag. All right. Next up, we're going to go through our ceremonial presentations, and it is only fitting that we start this council meeting with our first ceremonial presentation of the morning. It's not listed on your agenda, but it is all too fitting that we begin here, and I'm going to ask the fire chief to please come forward. What we want to do this morning is something very special. Chief, if you don't mind, as soon as I finish talking, I'm going to have you kind of talk to our chamber here a little bit about our firefighters here in Fresno and the acts of heroism that they did recently. But we want to honor some very brave firefighters from the city of Fresno that really received national recognition for some heroism. And it's all too fitting. We have the mayor here this morning, and we're going to have the fire chief really introduce our firefighters, and then we're going to watch a video of what they did this morning. So, Chief.
Our firefighters are one of the busiest fire departments in the country. We fight fire more than any metro fire department our size, particularly in California, an average of 2 fires a day. And so what you're going to see on this video, they were fortunate enough to be in the right place and rescued 3 young children. I'm happy to say that today those children are out of critical care, they're breathing on their own, and they're going to make a full recovery. I think when you watch this video, if you haven't seen it, but maybe watch it again with a different set of eyes, this is what our firefighters do every single day. And the dark black smoke that you see, they have to go into to try and find the seat of that fire and put it out, and they could fall into all kinds of different things could happen to them. They could run into a propane tank or an explosive or a ceiling falling on them. You never know. But in this case, there happened to be 3 children that needed to be rescued. And I'm very proud of these men and women that fight fire every day and go to medical emergencies and rescue calls, but also every other member of this department. And I think it's fitting that we recognize them for what they did in a very service above self, professional way.
Who's in there? Communication engine 3. We just got reports that we have a child inside. We're going to be going into rescue mode and passing command. Possible kid inside, guys. A kid inside. Where is she? How old is she, ma'am?
Joe, we got 3 kids inside. 3 kids in the back. Joe, we need ventilation. In the back bedroom to the left. Nope. Fire department. First one's clear. We're right here, we're there. Not yet. Yeah, right here, right there, his head. Right here. Yep. I got one already. Yeah, where are you heading now? Yeah, where? I got one. We're looking. Where are the other ones, guys? I got something. I got a kid, yeah, I got a kid. No, there might be one more kid in there. Okay. We confirm all 3 kids are
One more. Hey, Joe, the ambulance is right up here. They've got the other 2 in there already. Let's just get them in the ambulance. Bring your gear and go to the ambulance.
Can we have our firefighters please come to the front?
Those firefighters that are here that were participating in that rescue, please come forward. There's some that couldn't make it. Come on up, guys. What you saw there very quickly was they're searching for trying to find those victims. You had people coming out, they weren't breathing, and then we took them into the ambulance, and some of the firefighters that couldn't be here today, come on up, guys. Help those kids start breathing. And there was probably a matter of 30 seconds, 40 seconds difference would have changed the outcome of those children's lives. So with that, I want to thank the mayor for being here.
Are you kidding? Words really fail in moments like this, and yet it's really all we have at this time to express our appreciation for you guys, what you do every day, but especially in these really intense moments where we get to see firsthand what you're up against. And so on behalf of the community of Fresno, please know how much we appreciate your dedication, your commitment to service, and just stepping in and doing your job and not asking, is it my responsibility, just doing it, handling it, taking care of these kids, and this family. And I don't know if there are members of the family who were rescued who are here today, but if they're not, I'm sure if they could be, they would be here themselves to express their appreciation and just tell you over and over again how much we appreciate what you do. So it's the best we can do in this moment, and we just want to keep making sure you know how much we appreciate your service. And let's give them another round of applause. And I know there were other agencies on hand, and some of their representatives are here today. So on behalf of the City of Fresno, we thank our partner agencies for your response as well. We know that we're a part of a team, and we're very pleased to be partnered with you. It's awesome. Really exciting. Great job, Chief, for leading this team. Here you go.
So I think that the mayor started off our remarks perfectly by saying words really fail in a moment like this. And so I'm going to give you a very short reflection of how I came to see this story. And I shared a little bit about it last week. I was traveling back to the city of Fresno, and literally as soon as I walked through the doors when I got home, my wife told me, "You've got to see this video of our Fresno firefighters." And I didn't even know what had happened really. And we sat in bed, and she pulled it up on her smartphone. And we both just sat there and watched, and we had chills together. And I'm going to tell you, it's an amazing thing to watch the heroism in action. But here's the truly amazing thing about our firefighters is this was not at all unordinary for what they do for us on a daily basis in the city of Fresno. We were fortunate enough to have it captured, but we know that these guys put their life on the line like this every day in our fair city, and we owe you a debt of gratitude, and we are appreciative. We are going to celebrate this moment because it was captured, and we can all celebrate it with you, but know that we understand that you do it day in and day out for our residents, and we are very, very appreciative.
So we have certificates of commendation from the City Council and from my office that we would like to present to you. And we're sorry that not everybody could be here this morning, but please let them know how much we appreciate their involvement, not just in this one instance, but on a daily basis. So with that, Chief.
Firefighter Clint Walbeck. Let me just read this recognition for everyone, and I'll name their names. In recognition of the heroic actions on January 25th, 2015, as you and your fellow firefighters saved the lives of 3 children in a smoke-filled apartment fire, the City of Fresno recognizes you for the service of our citizens and the dedication to duty. James Perkins, Firefighter James Perkins. Firefighter Brandon Griffith. Firefighter Mark Brownell. Firefighter Jeremy Tatham. I'm sorry, Engineer Jeremy Tatham. Engineer Javier Pla. Captain Kerry Wiedemeyer. Captain Christian Palmer. Captain Joella Garcia. All right.
We have just a few other things we want to help celebrate you with. So each of you will receive a skybox for the night at Chuck Chansey Park in this upcoming Grizzly season. So you'll get to take the box and invite your family and friends. We got one person excited over there about going to the game. And everything is gratis, and you'll be taken well care of. And then we also have tickets to the circus for you and your family. So very small token of our appreciation.
All right. Well, that's how we really wanted to start our morning in recognition of our heroic fighter fighters. So thank you all so very much for your service to the city, and I truly meant what I said. We know that you all do this every day, and but not for the helmet cam did we have an opportunity to share in your act of heroism for this moment. So thank you all very much. So next we're going to continue with our ceremonial presentations, and we have the SPCA Pet of the Month, and that's going to be Councilmember Brand.
Thank you, Council President. How do I follow that act? I'm here. I love this SPA Pet of the Month. They've got these cute little dogs and cats. And if my wife were here, she'd take one. We got 3 dogs already. But why don't you tell us about this dog?
Sure. Well, this is Bear, and he arrived at the shelter as a little stray, and unfortunately, he did not get adopted yet. He was a part of the Puppy Bowl for the KC24, for the Super Bowl, of course. And he's the last dog left over there from the Puppy Bowl, and we're hoping that he finds a home today at 10 o'clock when we open the doors. He's a cute little terrier mix, 2 months old. He's not going to get that big, probably at the end 10 to 12 pounds, and ready for adoption today.
So he's not a Chihuahua. He's not a Pit Bull, right?
Oh, no. He's definitely some kind of terrier mix.
Anybody out there, my council colleagues, these guys do a terrific job for us for many, many years, SPCA. So I want to thank you and give them a big hand.
All right, next we have a presentation concerning the City of Fresno Water Division. And this will be a presentation to the City of Fresno Water Division from the American Backflow Prevention Association in recognition of their support and donation of resources to assist the ABPA in its mission to educate and provide technical assistance for the region and ultimately to protect drinking water from contamination through cross-connection.
Stole everything I was going to say. No.
Oh, all right.
My name is David Weiser. I'm actually the outgoing president of the Central Valley chapter of American Backflow Prevention Association. We've had a relationship with the City of Fresno's water yard since 1991. We started our chapter shortly before that, and our main goal is education of what backflow is. And basically what I have is a appreciation plaque for all the years for the City of Fresno Water Yard to allow us to use their training room to educate backflow testers, surveyors, specialists in the Central Valley. We're actually the only training hub in the Central Valley. If for other training, you either got to go down to Rancho Cucamonga or Sacramento. And anyway, we're pretty proud to give this plaque to the City of Fresno. I'll just take a few minutes just to read it. In appreciation, the Central Valley chapter of American Backflow Prevention Association thanks and acknowledges the City of Fresno Water Division for allowing the use of their training facility since 1991 for cross-connection control education classes. By training and assisting in certifying backflow prevention testers and specialists, the Water Division has directly improved the protection and well-being of the citizens of Fresno and the surrounding communities, ensuring the quality and purity of potable water systems, something that's very important nowadays. I don't know who I give this to, but...
Do we have somebody? Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
All right, next we're going to have a proclamation of Leo Paletti's story Mormoy by Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to everyone. Well, we have a very special morning, as you see how we started the council meeting, and it just continues to get better. One of the there's some things that are always positive in our community, and one of the things that is very positive that's going to be happening. It's an event is here at we have a special library, is what it is, over at First and Bullard, and it's called the Leo Politi Library. And they're going to be having a celebration of Leo Politi and his book called Moi Moi with a special exhibition. Not only was he a writer of children's books, but also an illustrator. And one of the things that really stands out, Mr. Politi was born in Fresno, I believe. Born in Fresno. The family was from Italy, went back and came back to Fresno. And personally, I collect Fresno memorabilia, and I do have my book. It's called Moi Moi. And this was one of Leo's famous books. And as you can see, it's a very colorful illustrations that he did. The thing that's also very significant about Leo, and I'll read this. This was a program where they celebrated his 100th birthday celebration in 2008. And what it says about him, he was not only the first children's author to feature Mexican, Chinese, and Japanese children in his stories, but he possessed a rare skill, the ability to blend customs and cultures, songs, recipes, and foreign words into a seamless whole. The Fresno County Branch Library at First and Bullard is named after Leo Politi. And I have a presentation because I want you to explain some of the events that are coming up and how special this gentleman was to our community. He's what I call one of our crown jewels of Fresno, and he just has meant so much to children throughout the world. But just the fact that he looked at children and said, there's different cultures we need to celebrate, and that's what he did. And I'm going to have you introduce yourselves in a minute and give your talks. And this is from the Office of Councilmember Sal Quintero. City of Fresno proclamation is hereby presented to Leo Politi's Moi Moi. It is with great distinction and pride that I join in honoring local literary treasure Leo Politi and his book, Moi Moi. I appreciate the Friends of Leo Politi's library support of the only Fresno library branch named for an author, storyteller, and the Fresno Art Museum for their partnership in exhibiting the original artwork of the book. Your support to encourage the community to enjoy this exhibition is inspiring. Please accept a heartfelt thank you on behalf of the City of Fresno for the new anthology. It's exhibitions such as yours that truly make Fresno an all-American city, and on behalf of the City of Fresno, we do hereby proclaim Thursday, February 5th, to be Leo Politi's Moi Moi Day in the City of Fresno. Congratulations to you. Let's give them a big hand, please. Now, Mark, why don't you introduce yourself and the folks that came with you and tell us about the celebration. And
I'm Mark Kalchik. I'm the president of the Leo Politi Friends of the Library. We have Lydia Kuhn, who is on the Moi Moi committee, Denise and Shadra, who's also on the committee, and Nancy Cast, who's also on the Moi Moi committee. And unfortunately, the person that really started this, Janet Clausen, couldn't be here today, but about 6 months ago, she had an idea that since Moi Moi was being republished, that we needed to celebrate it here in Fresno, since he has such an influence on Fresno, or he did. He would come up each year and work with Arnie Nixon at Fresno State with teachers here in the Valley to get them into art and into storytelling and such. So Moi Moi, which means little sister, is a celebration of Chinese New Year's. And the original artwork for the book is on display at the Fresno Art Museum through August 30th. This will be part of the curriculum for the various school districts for the 3rd grade. They will be visiting and seeing the artwork there at the Art Museum. So hopefully it will have a good influence on our children through this first half of the year. In addition, the Politi Library is working with Art Hop through April and having some other Politi art on display on the third Thursday of the month that people can come and visit the library, which is one of only 2 named Fresno County libraries and the only one named for an author here from Fresno.
I also want to invite you all to a special celebration on February 22nd at the Fresno Art Museum from 1 to 4, where Leo Politi's children will be here. Moi Moi, the original Moi Moi, who is the girl who modeled for Leo Politi, will be here, and her brothers. And so there will be all kinds of programs explaining the life and legacy of Leo Politi, as well as free activities for all children. There'll be all kinds of craft activities. We're going to have a lion dancer, and we're going to have a dragon dancers. So it's going to be Chinese New Year celebration. So you're all welcome, and it's all free. And it's for all ages. So please come.
Well, thank you very much, and I encourage really everybody to go and look at this wonderful treasure. My book was printed in 1961, I believe was the first year, and autographed. Really? Oh, okay. I done good then. Okay, well, thank you all very, very much, and really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Lydia. Okay.
Hey, Sal, I think you have another proclamation. Yes. You want to just stay down there and take care of that one? Okay, we're also going to have Councilmember Quintero do the proclamation of the Big Fresno Fair receiving their third Merrill Award.
Yes. Big Fresno Fair. Well, as John and his team work their way up here, I want to mention to you that what we're recognizing the Big Fresno Fair for is for winning their third Merrill Award, and I believe that it's the Oscar of the the Western States Fairs, and it's quite an accomplishment. John mentioned to me earlier that he's been in Fresno for 11 years now, and I believe you came from Paso Robles, didn't you?
Yeah, the Mid-States Fair.
Mid-State Fair. Yeah. So once I guess Fresno saw what a great job he did over there, they drafted him, and he was #1. So I want to congratulate you on that. And I'll make the presentation and then have you talk a little bit about the Big Fresno Fair, the accomplishments over the years, and the folks that are here with you today. And this is a proclamation by the City of Fresno presented to the Big Fresno Fair, and it states that we join in honoring the Big Fresno Fair for receiving your third Merrill Award, the Oscar of the fair industry at the Western Fairs Association. We admire and appreciate that you demonstrate outstanding leadership and put forth visionary ideas that evolve and grow. Your commitment is invaluable and inspiring to all, and our city gratefully acknowledges these accomplishments. And please accept a heartfelt thank you on behalf of the City of Fresno, and also on today, we, the City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, February 5th, to be the Big Fresno Fair Day in the City of Fresno. Congratulations, and thank you for all the wonderful work and the great recognition you bring to Fresno. Yeah, and can we give him a big hand, please? And John, will you introduce your team and tell us a little bit what we can expect?
Be happy to. President Baines, distinguished members of the council, Sal, we're very, very pleased to be here today. And on behalf of my board of directors, staff, and management, we're very honored today to be recognized from the city. I have Director Jacobson, Director Hunsucker. I have Lori King, Deputy Manager, and Stacy Rianda, Deputy Managers. You're only as good as the people that you surround yourself with, and I'm very, very blessed to have these type of people, and I have many, many more. And Cohen Communications, Danielle, is with us, a big part of our success. I know that you don't have a lot of time. I could stand up here all day and talk about the Big Fresno Fair. We started in 1884. We've been here for about 131 years in the same location. And in the last 11 years, we've probably put in $13.1 to $13.2 million back into the facility, back into capital improvements. That includes like 14,000 solar panels, the largest solar panel project in the state of California. Planted 6,890 trees and Pirates in the Park and all those good things that the kids really enjoy. And I think that's the most important task that we have is when folks come to our facility, and we're in an economically deprived area, so we want to make sure that it's just like Disneyland. This is a Disneyland to a lot of the kids that never get out of this area until they get into the workforce. So we're very proud to take that challenge very seriously. We're very fortunate to get Pirates in the Park as one of our Merrill Awards. The second one was the canned food drive, and we still do that every year, and we still have the single largest day gathering of canned foods in the nation. More tonnage than anyone in the nation. We're very proud of that. We'll continue that because this area needs that. And then this year was the Big Fresno Fair Museum. And I think this is, as part of my 31 years legacy, this will be the best thing that I ever leave any community. And I'm proud to announce today that we are building a new 2-story, 7,000 square foot building on the north side of the Paul Paul Theater, usually where the bungee jumps are. You'll see a new 2-story structure in there with a big deck that opens up to the Paul Paul Theater. We'll be adding 7,000 more square feet onto the museum for Fresno County and City and the Big Fresno Fair. And I think that's really important that we preserve and protect the heritage of this great city, this great county, and capture those stories and capture that memorabilia, which City Manager Rudd, we're going to be looking to you for some donations from the city. We're going to the county as well. We're going to fire, we're going to police, the sheriff. It's going to take a community effort to make this new effort even better than what we started with. So that'll give us a total of nearly 10,000 square feet for the museum for this year when we open the fair. So please come, and talk's cheap. Talk's cheap. Come and see. Come and see what we're trying to do at the Big Fresno Fair. Bottom line, we want to make all of you proud of us and proud of Fresno.
And John, I have to tell you that during fair time, as busy as you are, whenever we call Stacy, Lori, Danielle, they answer right back, no matter what it is, whatever questions we get from constituents as far as concerns that they may have, they're right on it, and they do a great job. And you're right, you do have a great team. And can you tell us also one final thing? You always add a little new feature, a little new twist to the fair. And this past year, I mean, every year's special, but this one, it just seemed a little bit special with California Chrome. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, California Chrome is probably the greatest thing to ever hit the horse racing industry in 6 or 7 decades, especially for California because he was born, bred, and fed right here in Fresno County. We had a Salute to California Chrome Day. The owners came, the breeders came, everyone came, and Sal helped us tremendously and his staff with keys to the city and special awards, and we just made it a special, special day. We had city, state, and national representatives on both sides of the aisle here to recognize that horse. And because of that day and the success of that day, we have created a new portion in our museum just dedicated to California Chrome. We have his silks from the jockey that signed him. We have dirt from the finish line of the Kentucky Derby. We have a rose off of his victory blanket at the Derby. We also have, like no one else has, and you have to come to a museum to see it, we have his racing shoes, a complete set. So it's a neat exhibit. We invite you to come and see it. But California Chrome has meant so much to this area. Our handle at the Fresno Fair jumped 280% for those 3 races because of that horse. Our attendance jumped 330% just because of that horse. And he was born, bred, and fed right here in Fresno County at Harris Farms. So a lot to be proud of in Fresno, and we just want to capture those stories and capture the collectibles and put it on reviews so people can come and enjoy. And so kids can come from schools and learn and make it an educational venue. That's our goal and objective.
What was your attendance this past year?
666,000 people. That's just for the fair, and then year-round about 1.8, 1.9 million. Because we have a lot of interim events, you know, horse shows, home and garden shows, quinceañeras, all that kind of stuff. So, again, we just want to make you all proud of the Big Fresno Fair, and when you bring your family and guests out, we want you to puff up your chest when you leave and say, hey, I'm proud of this. This is my home, my county fair.
Okay. And Debbie, Linda? As director.
Thank you, Sal. You know, I can't say much more than what John has echoed in his talk right now. We are proud of what we can do for this county. All of us have done other things across the state or nation, but when it comes to your hometown, there's nothing more proud than the pride that you have in what you do here in Fresno County. We're an agriculture-based county. Our fair showcases that, and this museum is what it's going to showcase, is what our past, our current, and what our future is going to be. And I don't think there's anywhere else that is doing that and that's why we reward the Merrill Award, is because no one else is doing that. And we're just proud to call Fresno our home. Thank you.
I'm proud to be on the fair board, and we have a fantastic CEO and staff. We're good.
All right.
Thank you, Sal.
Sal,
thank you again very much. We appreciate you.
We appreciate you too.
Thank you, Councilmember Quintero. So our final ceremonial, I guess it's really not a presentation today, but it's going to be what we call a moment of reflection in Black history. And I added this to the agenda for the benefit of my colleagues and our listening audience, really in commemoration of Black History Month. And I wanted to select a person to talk about just for a few moments who truly is an American hero, certainly one of my own heroes, and it's Frederick Douglass. So a lot of us have heard the name Frederick Douglass before, whether it's been through the media, whether it's been through school, but I am convinced that very few people actually know a lot about his life and his legacy. And although I'm not going to get into that entire discussion this morning, I am going to try to attempt to highlight a little bit of his life that I think is important. There's so much of his life that's important, but there are a few things, little known facts that I think are interesting. Most of us know that Frederick Douglass was born in 1818 as a slave. What a lot of folks don't know is that Frederick Douglass taught himself how to read and write, which in the early 19th century, being a slave is a pretty remarkable feat. Frederick Douglass really used other children in the neighborhood where he lived to help teach him how to read. He ultimately was a slave in Baltimore, where he was able to play with white kids that taught him how to read. But he had to secretly teach himself how to read and write. And he ultimately taught another 400 slaves to read and write. While he was a very young man, this was before the age of 16. When he was 16, his slave master realized that he was teaching people to read and write. So they decided to transfer him to a different slave owner, which was known as a kind of a slave breaker. And they went there to break Frederick Douglass. And this particular slave master beat him mercilessly. Well, Frederick Douglass decided that he was going to beat him back. And for those of us that are contemplating that, that is really unheard of in that time frame in American history, where a slave would beat a slave owner back. But Frederick Douglass did it. He beat the slave owner back, and that particular slave owner never ever beat Frederick Douglass again. 3 years later, Frederick Douglass would escape to Massachusetts and ultimately New York. where he was free, but not free on American soil because he was still considered a runaway slave. So while he was not on a slave plantation, he was not exactly free. He was in this precarious state. So Frederick Douglass ultimately linked his life with abolitionists at the time. At 27 years old, he wrote his first book, and it's called The Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, an American Slave. He was not yet free when he wrote this book in 1845. Because the book caused so much outrage, Frederick Douglass had to flee the United States for a few years. He traveled to really England and Ireland. At the time, the European countries abhorred slavery. They had gone through their abolitionist movements years before and really welcomed Frederick Douglass. So Frederick Douglass actually toured England and Ireland discussing slavery in the United States. During that time, the English actually helped Frederick Douglass raise enough money to buy his freedom, at which time he could return back to the United States in 1846. What was interesting is that the English actually bought Frederick Douglass his freedom. It was not the Americans that did that. So when Frederick Douglass came back, he actually founded a newspaper called the North Star. As most of you know, most slaves had to follow the North Star from the southern part of the United States to get out of slavery, so he called his publication the North Star. And Frederick Douglass was an amazing orator. And most of you know that he was the most photographed person in the 19th century in the United States of America. A black man that was a slave that taught himself to read and write, was the most photographed person in the 19th century. When he had his newspaper, he actually wrote a letter to his former slave owner. Frederick Douglass was a very brave man. And I'm going to read an excerpt from his letter because I think it would not be fair to give a talk on Frederick Douglass without giving you an excerpt of his writing. He was a great writer and orator. This is part of a letter that Frederick Douglass wrote to his former slave owner. Your wickedness and cruelty committed in this respect on your fellow creatures are greater than all the stripes you have laid upon my back or theirs. It is an outrage upon your soul, a war upon the immortal spirit, and one for you must give account at the bar of our common Father and Creator. Frederick Douglass really challenged all of what we think about slavery at that time. He was a very, very courageous person. His life was threatened many times. His house was burned down, but he continued to speak out and fight against slavery. And me, for one, have tremendous respect for that, and I would only think that during that time period I would have been like Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was the first African-American United States Marshal in this country. He was influential and very inspirational in helping to really push President Lincoln during the Civil War to not only allow slaves to fight in the Civil War, but also push President Lincoln regarding the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863. Now, many of you may know that President Lincoln and Frederick Douglass had a rather contentious relationship because, of course, Frederick Douglass wanted freedom immediately for slaves, and President Lincoln went on a slower track. But ultimately, upon the death of Lincoln, Frederick Douglass had great respect and admiration for Lincoln. And if you visit his house today, Frederick Douglass in his private study kept a picture of President Lincoln and was very happy that President Lincoln pushed forth the 13th Amendment. And it was because of people like Frederick Douglass that we have the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments of the United States. So I don't want to go on forever, but I wanted to share a moment of Black history where when we think about Black history today, we talk a lot about the Civil Rights era, and I think it's very, very appropriate to do that. There are many, many Civil Rights heroes. We are visiting and right now talking about the 50th anniversary of the March over Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. But really, Frederick Douglass may be the beginning of all of that. A person who took his own freedom. He decided that he was going to be free, and he made himself free. So thank you all for indulging me this moment. Just wanted to give you all a tidbit during Black History Month. Go right ahead, Lee.
Great story, Council President. Add one more thing. When someone asked Frederick Douglass at the end of the Civil War what would say to young people, he would say 3 words: agitate, agitate, agitate.
That's very true.
We're still doing it.
Very, very true, Councilmember Brand. He did that. Frederick Douglass very much believed in agitating. The final tidbit I will say, I forgot to say this, is he is actually the very first African-American person to receive a vote for president in the United States. So while we may celebrate, our Barack Obama as being the first African-American president, Frederick Douglass actually received the vote, the very first vote, African-American person for president in the United States of America. So, all right. Thank you guys for indulging me. I certainly appreciate it. We'll move right along with our agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the minutes?
Actually, the agenda is going to be laid over till February 26th for approval.
Okay. So next we'll move on to council member reports and comments. Do we have any council members that have anything to report? Councilmember Brand.
I want to thank city staff for installing the signalization at Chestnut and Scott Mosier and Shepherd, a long anticipated project that had a lot of accidents, and a lot of people that live in that area are really glad that it was done. So thank you.
Councilmember Brandau.
What to our city manager Bruce, last year we early in the year we had this debate over the bus and fax transportation system and how Fresno's going to move going forward, expansion or faster and all of that stuff. Have we got an update coming up on that, or when are we going to tackle that situation?
The council was going to convene a committee, and that committee then was going to schedule a series of meetings to kind of drill into the nuts and bolts of that.
Council's going to do what?
Council had, my understanding is council was going to convene a working group like we did at the convention center, and that once this committee is assembled and schedules a meeting, we'll start drilling into the nuts and bolts of proposed changes or possible changes to the system and other ways to improve the delivery of the service. And again, it goes back to whether or not you put additional resources into expansion or you put those resources into those corridors where we think there's the highest potential to increase ridership.
Okay. All right. I just wasn't sure and wanted an update. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further council members, next we'll move right along and approve the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
A couple of changes. Item 2C is labeled subject to mayor's approval, and that's an error. It should be not subject to mayor's approval. For veto, I'm sorry. Item 2C.
2C.
Mm-hmm. Also, the second closed session regarding Floyd Johnson Construction has been removed from the agenda by staff. And those are all the changes.
Right. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? Have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? All right. Motion carries 7-0. Next, we have the consent calendar. Do we have any member of the public that would like to speak on any items on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Do we have any council members that would like to remove any items from the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Now we'll get into our General Administration calendar. First, we have item 2A, which are the actions pertaining to an award of a construction contract to R&H Industries, DBA Best Electric of Gardena, California, in the amount of $692,300 for the emergency generator upgrade at Fresno City Hall. Staff?
Good morning, Council President, Council members, City Manager. I'm Debbie Bernard with the Department of Public Works, and I'm here to present to you a request that Council adopt a finding of categorical exemption pursuant to Section 15301, existing facilities within the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA guidelines, and award a construction contract to R&H Industries, DBA Best Electric of Gardena, California, in the amount of $692,300 as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the emergency generator upgrade at Fresno City Hall project. This project will replace the existing 200 kilowatt City Hall emergency generator with a 500 kilowatt emergency generator that will provide power to support all lighting, data, and cooling heating equipment within ISD, which is currently not on backup power, for at least 48 hours if there should be a PG&E power failure, as well as power the UBC Utility Billing and Collection Payment Center and provide power for the new phone system for at least 48 hours. This item was originally presented to Council on June 26, 2014, wherein all bids were rejected as a result of the amended Fresno Municipal Code Section 4-108, which increased the level of local preference. The new local preference does not change the outcome of the current lowest responsive and responsible bidder, as there is more than a 5% difference, $25,000 maximum, is in the proposed amounts. Bids were opened on December 2nd, 2014. A bid appeal was filed December 23rd, 2014 by the second lowest bidder and then withdrawn on January 22nd, 2015. Therefore, once again, I request that Council award a construction contract to Best Electric and adopt the CEQA finding. Staff will be here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, staff. We'll now take the item out to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? No. Item passes 6-1 with Councilmember Brandow in opposition. Now we'll have our next item, 2B, which authorizes the city manager as designee to enter into a multi-year lease agreement with American Tower Corporation for a public safety radio tower position in the southeast area of Fresno.
Good morning, Council. Fire Chief Kerry Donis on behalf of the Fire Department and Police Department regarding this item in front of you. We are recommending to Council that you allow or authorize the city manager to enter into a 15-year lease agreement with the American Tower Corporation for our transmitters and receivers, particularly to enhance our communications in the southeast part of town. This is a 300-foot tower, which will give us significantly more reach and penetration to our officers and our firefighters that are on the ground. It's a $1,500 a month payment that will be split equally between police and fire. We have staff here, Deputy Chief Ted Simonius and Lieutenant Tom Rowe from the Police Department to answer any detailed questions regarding this matter.
All right, thank you, staff. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any council members have any comments? Councilmember Quintero.
Kerry? Where again was the location?
The American Tower, the exact address? Vine? Maple and Vine.
Okay. Is that an existing tower?
It is.
It's a new one, huh? Just adding on to it.
Yes, we are going to add receivers and transmitters. Police and fire are adding them at the appropriate height to that tower.
Okay, and you haven't had any objection from the property owners around the area?
No.
None that I'm aware of. No.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve, Mr. President.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? All right, we have a second by Councilmember Soria. All those in favor? All those opposed? Item passes 7-0. We'll now have item 2C, actions pertaining to a memorandum of understanding between the Art of Life Cancer Foundation, Inc. and the City of Fresno. Staff.
Morning, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm Manuel Molinero, the director of the Fresno Parks Department. I'm asking today that you adopt the finding of categorical exemption pursuant to section 1530-304- Class 4 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, and also to approve a 2-year memorandum of understanding with the Art of Life Cancer Foundation for the development of a garden at Woodward Park. The project is approximately 3.44 acres, and it's going to be located on the northeast section of the park. The garden is going to consist of trails, a kiosk, reflective areas, playscape, and a staging area for events regarding to celebrate the survival of people that have had cancer, and also to reflect on people that haven't dealt with that disease as in a positive fashion. This project has been going on for close to 2 years. The groups that we have worked with, the people that are involved with the Art of Life Cancer Foundation, have worked with the department very closely in every aspect of the project, not only the developing the MOU, but also on the design of the park. The amenities that they are proposing are going to enhance that area. The irrigation systems that they're putting in are very consistent with the city's plans to reduce water consumption. The planning landscape is going to dramatically, in my opinion, improve the look of that particular area. And there are a number of people and groups that have been supportive of this project, not only from the medical community, but also from Fresno State and many people working in the private sector. Today with us is Mark Soma and Janelle Higton, representing the Art of Life Foundation, in case you have any questions of them. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. We will now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brand.
I got involved in this about last year. Is Mark Soma here? Yeah, and Mark introduced me to the project. I've been out there. I went to the event at Fresno State and spoke a few months ago. I'd like to highly recommend the council endorse this project. It's a great tribute to cancer survivors and their families, and this memorial will be a great amenity to the park, and it'll be maintained, correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager, by the by private volunteers. So I wholeheartedly endorse this project, and whatever we can do to help out, I would recommend we do. So I make a motion to approve the item.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Soria.
I just have a question, and it's a very technical question in terms of the MOU and the date manual. I believe it states that the effective date is January 1st. So when does the MOU go into effect? Would it be today if approved? Is that date adjusted or?
Yes, once the MOU is approved by council, then we will enter into the first MOU. After the project is completed, we are going to be presenting another MOU to the City Council regarding a long-term maintenance agreement. The Art of Life have made a commitment for not only putting in the garden, they're also committed to maintaining the garden in the future.
Okay. So just for clarification, the date that is included in the MOU will be reflective upon today's date.
Correct.
We can simply amend the MOU to reflect the council's adoption date.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Item passes 7-0. We will now have item 2D, a resolution 33rd Amendment to the Annual Appropriation Resolution appropriating $21,750,000 for capital and operating projects. Staff? Scott.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. I'm Scott Mosier with the Public Works Department, and glad to be before you to present this item. Again, this is what we refer to as a rebudget. So this item does not bring new projects or new funding in, but rather is a rebudget of appropriations or spending authority that the department needs to complete projects previously approved by the council. Typically, we bring one of these items mid-year at some point each fiscal year. However, typically the dollar amount on it will be just in the range of several million, perhaps 10 million at the upper end. Today's item is much larger at 21 million, primarily driven by some very large projects, one of them being Veterans Boulevard. That represents 9.9 million of the total. And a lot of that's tied up with the right-of-way acquisition. Some of the acquisitions took a bit longer to complete the negotiations. We wanted to avoid eminent domain type items to be able to negotiate those out. And the construction schedule afforded us that opportunity. With that, again, we were very optimistic when we built the budget last year and anticipated being able to basically spend those dollars. Those are carried over to this year. However, we will be able to complete that right-of-way acquisition this fiscal year with those dollars. Another very significant item I wanted to highlight is the high-speed rail plan review and permitting process. Again, when the budget was built, based upon information from the High-Speed Rail Authority and the contractor Tudor Perini, we had anticipated doing that level of construction permitting, of inspection fees, plan review fees being paid and utilized. However, the high-speed rail is behind schedule from what they had indicated before. So again, the dollars are still tied to that specific project. Very, very little of this is money that's just flexible and can be moved. They're tied to projects previously approved by council. And to that end, we highlighted the operating budget dollars included in this item are only $219,000, primarily related to some landscape maintenance work that were carried over from last year to this year. Staff is available should you have any questions regarding specific items, but we'd recommend you approve the item in order that we can continue moving forward on the projects included. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Member Quintero.
Scott? The monies that we're approving today, you said it's monies that were previously approved, and so it's just a continuation to get into the projects and get them done?
That is correct.
Okay. There was about 3 or 4 items that were approved during budget for District 5, and are those included in here?
Council, we have a number of projects that are not included in this list because we already have, for example, the District 5 projects. They already are in the budget and did not need additional appropriations. But, for example, Peach Avenue, the closeout, cleanup, final items, final payment of lab bills and such is included in here for, I believe, $100,000.
Well, I sent you an email recently, a few weeks back, asking for an update on about 3 different projects. One of them being Orange Avenue, the 3 or 4 properties for sidewalk, curb, and gutter that have been approved. And we're already headed into the budget again, and I don't even see paint on the street or Heaton Avenue as well.
And let me address both of those. Again, this is a rebudget, meaning projects previously approved. Orange Avenue is a success story. We've been notified we'll be receiving active transportation program, ATP grant funding for that. And our finance manager currently is working on an AAR for those new projects, which will include Orange Avenue. So we'll be back to council, I'd anticipate, in about 45 days with request for appropriating money on Orange Avenue, along with a number of other ATP grants, such as the Bicycle Master Plan, some sidewalks.
Would that be Heaton Avenue as part of that?
Heaton Avenue is part of the CDBG-funded neighborhood improvement program. We have that in the budget already, and no additional appropriations were necessary.
Okay. Can you send me an email back on the...
Absolutely. We'll be glad to do that.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
I look forward to getting it. And can that also include dates as well and timelines? That email?
Absolutely. We do have a schedule for that.
You said absolutely last time.
We'll address that for you.
Okay.
Staff.
Thank you, Scott.
We're working hard on that one.
You're a good man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Olivier. No, thank you. Councilmember Brandow. Brandow. I'm sorry. Yes.
All right, Scott. On the Veterans Boulevard section portion of that, what is that about? You mentioned Veterans Boulevard.
On Veterans Boulevard, that is the right-of-way acquisition. And again, as we built the budget, honestly, I'll acknowledge we were too optimistic as to how many of the parcels we would have acquired by June 30th. Mm-hmm. The items that have been coming before the council, some of them are in the $2 million, $3 million range, so it just took a few of those that we were not able to acquire just due to some other emergencies, an item that came up for our real estate staff that we were not able to move that forward. And again, we were seeking to avoid condemnation. That could have sped up the process, but given, as you're aware, the construction dollars on some of the project being out some years, we wanted to take the time to really work with the property owners and not have to rush through that. But it is moving forward very well.
So on the Veterans Boulevard section it's for acquisition of those properties.
That is correct, and that's $9.9 million. The total amount we have approved from the Transportation Authority is actually close to $20 million for right-of-way. So that's about half of that money. We're asking the council to basically restore those appropriations, put them back into the current year budget.
Okay, and then the high-speed rail section of this vote, what is that concerning?
The high-speed rail, it's $1.8 million. The dollars are coming from Tudor, Perini, Zachary Parsons, the design-build contractor, and that is for money that they pay the city to provide plan reviews, basically for approving plans to make sure that it is what the city needs in terms of sewer, water, streets, traffic signals, what have you on the project. And then they will also pay the city for any inspection services. So again, that out in the field we can make sure that it meets all the standards for things that we will own at the end. Things like, again, city streets that are relocated, the city sewer and water pipelines that get moved out of the way.
All right, so it's appropriating money for fees that we would charge or actions that city staff would take.
That's correct. And the source of the funding, again, is project funding. There's no city funding, right, so to speak. It's just...
So this whole $21 million, that's all different, that's all a conglomeration of different project funding?
That's correct. More than 30 different funding types of funding within that item.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm good.
All right. Thanks, Scott. I don't have any particular comments. Do we have a motion? I'll make a motion. Do we have a second? Don't all speak at once. All right. So we have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Brand. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All right, item passes 7-0. Moving right along to item 2E, award a requirements contract for custodial service at various city facilities in the amount of $531,671 for 3 years with an option for 2 one-year increment extensions to Guile Enterprises. Staff.
Good morning, Council President, members. Mark Johnson from Public Works. I'm here to request that Council award a requirements contract for custodial services at various city facilities for the amount of $531,671 for 3 years for an option for 2 one-year increments extensions to Guile Industries, doing business as Janitorial Incorporated of Fresno, California. The janitorial contract will service 56 buildings occupied by police, public works, public utilities, parks, DARM, and transportation facts departments throughout the city. A committee made up of various departments in the city was responsible for evaluating all the proposals that were received. 5 sealed proposals were received and opened in the public. Bid opening on September 23, 2014. 2 of the proposals were declared non-responsive. Based on the evaluations, site visits, and interviews by the committee, staff recommends Janitorial Incorporation be awarded the contract based on ability, conformance to the requirements, terms and conditions of the request for proposal, past performance and experience, qualifications of key personnel, employee training and supervision, their quality assurance program and type of quality of equipment proposed, as well as cost. Therefore, I request that Council take the committee's recommendation and award the contract to Janitorial Incorporation of Fresno, California in the amount of $531,671 for their proposal that meets all the RFP requirements and offers the best value to the city. This recommendation is based on the size of the company, past performance, and ability to meet the requirements of the contract. Awarding this contract will result in a 9% reduction from the current cost. I will make myself available to the Council for questions. And just to let you know, staff will not feel hurt if Council chooses not to ask any questions. Thank you.
All right. Taking this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilman Brandow.
Thank you. Hey, Mark, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I'm confused. This Guile, is it Guile?
Guile Industries.
Guile Enterprises. Are they our current vendor?
They are not.
They are not. So we're going with a new vendor.
Yes,
is that
we
correct?
are.
Thank you. That's good. I'm good.
Councilmember Brand.
You answered one of my questions. They reduce. This is a 9% reduction.
Yes.
Okay. And does this contract include City Hall?
No, it's for outlying areas, 56 buildings. Okay. City Hall will be coming to Council on the 26th of this month.
Who's currently doing City Hall?
Pardon me?
What company is currently doing City Hall?
Commercial. I'll tell you in 1 second. Commercial Cleaning Systems. They're doing City Hall, and they're doing outlying areas right now. They have both contracts for the city.
So that comes in a couple months. Then?
Yeah, and we are not coming forward with the same company. We're going with a different company for both contracts.
I'm sure Ginger will appreciate that. Thank you. And Guile Enterprise has been around a long time. They're very well respected. Reputable company.
Their janitorial firm's been around 26 years,
right.
And Guile's been around longer than that.
Right. So has anybody made a motion yet? I'll make a motion. We approve the staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes 7-0. Next, we have item 2F, as in Frank, for the actions pertaining to the tertiary treatment facility and associated solar energy facility clean water state revolving fund construction financing. Staff.
Good morning, Council. Steve Hogg, Department of Public Utilities. We're here this morning requesting the Council action on several items pertaining to the tertiary treatment facility, the recycled water treatment facility out at the regional wastewater plant, and the associated clean solar energy project associated with that to offset the power demand, increase the power demand. And this actions is related to clean water state revolving fund construction financing. Those actions include the adoption of a revised resolution to pledge revenues and funds to satisfy repayment obligations for the financing agreement, approve the agreement with the California State Water Resources Control Board for the construction financing in the amount not to exceed $49,043,336, and adopt the 37th Amendment to the annual appropriation resolution. We have awarded a contract and begun construction of the tertiary treatment facility to provide the first phase of recycled water for our community out at the regional facility. That was originally intended to be and has been funded out of the wastewater enterprise reserves as we fund most of our capital projects. And then also nearing completion of design is an associated solar array to provide additional clean power to offset the significant increase in power demand for those facilities. Again, also intended to originally be funded out of the wastewater enterprise. As part of the drought resolution that the governor adopted here this last summer, he made available $700 million of funding to be for recycled water projects to be addressed through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund process at extremely low interest rates. For recycled water projects, we're able to get 1% financing. For the solar array, 1.7%. And so we, as staff, felt it was appropriate to take advantage of that extremely low rate financing for these projects that will allow us to utilize those reserves that we would have otherwise be spending on these projects to offset future capital projects that would likely have to be bonded in the out years. We would anticipate the difference in savings between these extremely low interest rates and the future bond financing over the 30 years to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $45 million. So it seemed very appropriate to take advantage of the financing at this point. And so with that, I complete my presentation.
All right. Thanks a lot, Stephen. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brandow.
Hey, Steve. Thank you for that presentation.
Sure.
And I still remember from our meeting a couple months ago, you owe me a tour.
I do owe you a tour.
Yeah, of the sewer plant. Last week, we had some state legislators and state officials in the city talking about our surface water treatment plant and applying for grant money for that plant. And interestingly enough, what really came up over and over again a couple times, and council members Soria and Baines were in that meeting as well, is that there seem to be a lot of options for treatment of water. So they want to put water back in circulation multiple times. So, and they did mention solar and some of the things that are listed in your report. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to appeal to some of that bond money on some of these issues, similar to what we're doing with surface water treatment.
I would hope so, and I would anticipate there may be some opportunities. This is the first phase of a fairly extensive project to utilize recycled water in the community. We will be coming forward with other multiple phases on the distribution system and such that hopefully will be some opportunities to take advantage of those in the future.
Right, yeah, because...
and we will be definitely exploring all those opportunities.
Okay, because when you and I met in my office, this is going to be very beneficial for our water situation in the city of Fresno, the things that you're implementing in this request here. So maybe I'll sit with you and maybe we can look at that, because coming out of that meeting last week, they talked a lot about the recycling of water and adding bioenergy components. A lot of different things that your plant will produce is what the state of California is asking for. So maybe we can appeal to some help from them.
Correct. Well. There's a fairly significant portion of that bond that is... that the wastewater recycled water community had advocated to be set aside for those purposes. And we participate in an organization called the Western Regional Coalition of Recycled Water Agencies, and through that organization, we really hope to continue to advocate for and take advantage of some of that funding. So we're definitely going to be doing everything we can to get as much cheap and free money as possible for this project.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Brand.
Just a few more questions. So the amount is $10.8 million?
The reason for the appropriation resolution is that what we have done, the portion of the project had been appropriated and awarded out of the sewer enterprise last year. What we've done is we've set up a separate fund to be able to allow for better tracking of the loan funds, so separate from the enterprise. The resolution basically just moves enough money. There's already a portion of appropriation in that fund. This provides enough additional money in that fund to be able to pay the whole project out of that separate fund for tracking purposes.
What's the total?
The total is going to be right in the neighborhood between the tertiary treatment and the solar array will be right in the neighborhood of a little over $49 million. What we're looking for the entire loan.
Right, 'cause I'm trying to make sense of the comment about the annual debt won't exceed $2 million a year. Just doing the numbers at $10 million, it didn't even come close. So this is based on the full $39 million. $49 million.
Yeah. 49,043,000. There's a little over 18 million already appropriated in that fund. This just brings it up to that 49 million number for tracking purposes.
Yeah, and what rate is the interest rate?
The interest rate for the tertiary piece, the treatment piece, is 1%.
Okay.
For the solar array, it is 1.7. We would anticipate if we went out for bonds, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 5.25.
No, so that's a substantial savings. And this will have solar power, so that will generate savings and ongoing operating costs?
Yes, correct. The tertiary facility that's being built, disinfection is handled through ultraviolet disinfection, and also which is an extremely high power demand.
Right.
And there's also some additional high energy usage kind of blowers and pumps, and so it's going to significantly increase our power requirements. So we're looking for every opportunity to minimize our electrical costs.
And what would be the capacity of the plant when it's built? What would be the capacity?
Well, the ultimate build-out that's master planned would be 30 million gallons a day. This first phase that's currently under construction is 5 million gallons per day. And then as soon as that's done, we'll be looking to do design on the second of 3 phases, which would add additional 10 and an additional 15.
That's all potable water that would, or reclaimed water, correct?
Correct. Reclaim, recycle water that would offset potable usage and demand.
Right, and all to the benefit of the city overall.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the council members, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes 7-0. We will now have item 2G, as in George. Resolution authorizing an application to the Department of the Interior Bureau of Reclamation for a FY 2015 Water Smart Water and Energy Efficiency Grant in the amount of up to $1 million for the Bryant Kern Raw Water Pipeline Project. Staff?
Good morning, Council. Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities, Water Division. Adoption of this resolution will authorize an application to the Bureau of Reclamation for a Water Smart Water and Efficiency Grant of up to $1 million for the Bryant Kern Canal Raw Water Pipeline Project. This project is scheduled to begin construction in August of 2015 and is estimated to cost approximately $18 million. With Council's support, the application will be submitted, and the Bureau of Reclamation will notify the City in June 2015 if the project is selected for an award. I'll be available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, staff. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. We have no council members up. Do we have a member Quintero?
Mike, how's this going to tie in, or will it be tying in to the proposed Southeast Water Treatment Plant? Is there any tie in there?
No, this pipeline will convey surface water to the Northeast, the existing Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility.
Oh, it's going to the Northeast.
That's correct.
Okay.
Separately, there is design ongoing for the Kings River Pipeline, which is 13 miles of raw water pipeline that will move water from the Kings River to the proposed Southeast Surface Water Treatment Plant.
Okay, can you repeat that, please?
So we have two raw water pipelines that are currently in design.
Yes.
The Frank-Kern Canal Pipeline will supply raw water to the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility.
The existing one, yeah.
Correct, and that's what this grant application is being prepared for.
Okay.
And then separately, there is ongoing design on the Kings River Pipeline, which is associated with the Southeast.
Okay,
Surface
so
Water
if the
Treatment.
Southeast gets built, then this will be coming, a similar proposal like this will be coming to council at that time, when concurrently, or?
Well, this grant this is a federally funded grant opportunity.
It's a whole separate deal.
That we've looked at various projects, and we feel the Frank-Kern Canal Pipeline had the best fit for this this grant, which is available right now.
So that's a similar application you're making for the Southeast one?
For the Southeast, we've got.
I'm not trying to mix apples and oranges, just trying.
Right, for the Southeast plant, we are pursuing state revolving funds. We have prepared 3 applications for both raw water pipelines as well as the treated water pipelines, and we anticipate bringing those to council later this month.
When will you know if you've been awarded those?
For the state revolving funds, we've had ongoing conversations with the state regarding those applications. There is one that's currently in process for the actual surface water treatment plant, and we are working very diligently on getting some sort of a letter of guarantee from the state that they would make funds available for that project, as well as the 3 applications that we are currently working on for the pipelines.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome, Councilmember Soria.
I have a couple questions in terms of clarification. So timeline for knowing if we're awarded these funds?
For this specific grant, the timeline is June 2015. So the application will be submitted now, and they will evaluate over the next 5 months.
So this could potentially, if we do get awarded the grant, help us in terms of kind of the costs that ratepayers will bear in terms of the entire project?
Well, right.
Of what's being
so
proposed
right now,
and talked about
so
later.
without the grant, we will be funding the project with a combination of enterprise dollars, revenue bonds, or potential grants. So getting a grant would reduce, and in this case, up to $1 million would offset the $18 million cost for construction by $1 million. We won't know that until June of 2015 at the earliest, though, for this specific grant.
June 2015.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve the item? I'll make a motion. We have a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes 7-0. Now we will have item 2H as in Henry, actions pertaining to the traffic signal protected left turn phasing improvements, the intersection of Cedar Avenue and Bulldog Lane. Do we have staff here?
Good morning, Council President, Council Members, City Manager Robert Anderson from the Department of Public Works. As you've stated, what we have before you today is a project to install a protected left turn signals at Cedar Avenue and Bulldog Lane adjacent to Fresno State. This project, which is at it's a very busy intersection for vehicles as well as pedestrians. And this new signal will provide for protected left-hand turn movements for vehicles, as well as protected pedestrian crossing movements. A notice inviting bids was posted on November 12, 2014. Plans were sent to 15 building exchanges and 5 prospective bidders. 2 bids were received and opened on December 16, 2014. AC Electric was deemed to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. So today, staff is requesting that Council adopt the finding of categorical exemption, Section 1, or Class 1, Section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act, and award a contract to AC Electric Company in the amount of $283,200 for the traffic signal protected left turn phasing improvements at the intersection of Cedar Avenue and Bulldog Lane, and allow for the Public Works Director or his designee to sign on behalf of the city. That's the end of my presentation, and I will be available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like? I'm sorry, we do have one card. Tom Gafford is here to speak on. Yes, sir. Come on down. Give us your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Tom Gaffrey, Parking and Transportation Manager at Fresno State, 2311 East Barstow Avenue. Council President, Council Members, City Manager. I want to speak briefly in support of this project. The university, associated students, the Public Works Department, Councilmember Capriolio have all been partners in moving this forward. These improvements will enhance safety for bicyclists, pedestrians, and motorists at this busy intersection. Not only will the project benefit our students, but it will also benefit the neighbors of the El Dorado Park neighborhood, which is adjacent to the campus, where fewer than 20% of these households have access to a vehicle, and many of them rely on active transportation methods to get to work, the grocery store, and medical appointments. The university eagerly supports this project. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you, Tom. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak? Come on down. Just give us your name and address for the record.
Good morning, President Baines, Vice President Capriolio, and council members. My name is Dan Waterhouse. My address is 6363 North Wilson, Fresno, California. I am speaking as a Fresno State alumnus and current member of the advisory board for Pi Kappa Alpha Fraternity, which is located on East Shaw Avenue near Cedar. I'm also a former resident at the Cedar and Bulldog Lane intersection. When I lived adjacent to that intersection some years ago, my kitchen window looked out over the intersection, and I have to say that I kept 911 on speed dial because of the frequency of collisions at both that intersection and at Cedar and Shaw. Caltrans took care of the Cedar and Shaw problems when they installed the dual left turn lanes back in the 90s. This intersection is never, the problems with this intersection have never been resolved. I'd like to thank Councilmember Capriolio, the university, associated students, our student body president, Moses Menchacha, and a friend of mine from one of the other fraternities, Daniel Ward, appeared before council twice urging that this project get done. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. I'm absolutely thrilled to bring this item before the council. This has been one of our, and I stress the word our, priorities for the past 2 years since I've taken office as the representative for District 4 of our great city. And again, I stress the word our because it's been a team effort from the students and faculty and staff at Fresno State University, our Public Works Department, Scott Mosier. We've had many meetings about this. and our staffs, my staff, Laura Rios in particular, and we've all worked together. It's been a great opportunity for us to work together, and I thank all of you for helping me get through this project. And as we know, funding is always an issue, but this team did not give up. And we were able to get state and federal funding in the amount of $433,000 plus to make this project work. And I could go on and on and on about it. I'm just really excited. This has been a long time coming. And I would recommend, rather than me keep going on this project, I'd recommend you read Mr. George Hochstetler's article, yesterday's paper. It really outlines the progression, the need, the safety elements, and how important this project is, not only to the university, but to District 4 and all our residents. I also want to add a personal note to Moses. He was quoted as being grateful for my commitment to District 4 and Fresno State University students. And likewise, I'm grateful to President Menchaca for his commitment for the past 2 years that we worked together to District 4 as well as the students. So we're going to keep this going as a team for District 4 and the university, and I'm proud to make a motion to approve this project.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Bruce Rett.
Just very quickly, for the record, we don't want to give credit where credit is due. It was actually the city of Fresno who funded the work at Cedar and Shaw, not Caltrans. So I just want to make sure that we note that where that money came from and where, again, a council committed to improving the part of that community. Thank you.
I wanted to add to that, if I may. I was on the council by appointment at that time, and that was a project that came in under budget and was completed early. And as a result, it's been a much more effective intersection in my district and in our community. So it was a job by the city and the staff, and Lupe Sanchez was the lead man at that time, and he's retired, but it was really well-deserved and well-needed. So thank you, City of Fresno.
All right, seeing no other council members want to make comment, I'll make a very brief comment on this one from a personal note, from being a student at Fresno State, knowing that there needed to be a left turn signal here. Living at one point, I lived right there on Bulldog Lane, so job well done, Councilmember Capriolio, staff, and our community partners. So you said it right, Cap, long time overdue. So this is a good one. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move to a 10 o'clock hearing. We have a 10 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding the City of Fresno Community District number 11. Do we have staff here for that?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. This item, again, is fairly typical annexation to Community Facilities District number 11 for maintenance of landscape, lighting, concrete improvements, asphalt paving, and such for a new subdivision proposed by Granville Homes. Council has previously approved the what's called the resolution of intent to start the process, and that set the public hearing at today at this time. At this point, we'd recommend Council open the hearing, allow for public comment and input, and we'd recommend that you adopt the resolutions in order to annex the subdivision to the CFD. Again, the property is solely owned by the developer, and we do have the ballot in the affirmative for the election. Staff's available with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We'll now take this item out to the public. If you state your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. Mr. President, members of the council, Jeff Roberts on behalf of Granville Homes. Our business address is 1396 West Herndon in the city of Fresno. I just want to state for the record that we do concur with the staff recommendation. Hope you can approve the resolutions and all the paperwork is in and on file. So we appreciate your assistance here today and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Do we have any council members punched up? Do we have a motion? All right, we have a motion. I'll second it. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Brand absent. I'm sorry, and Capriolio. So that's 5-0, members Brand and Capriolio absent. Now moving on, we have a 1015 item, consider an appeal filed by Councilmember Capriolio appealing the Planning Commission's action to approve conditional use permit number C-13-092. We have Councilmember Capriolio. I'll turn it over to you if you want to let staff present first.
I think the staff will make a presentation first.
All right, we'll take staff presentation.
Good morning. Jennifer Clark, Development and Resource Management Department. Today we are considering an appeal of a Planning Commission approval of a conditional use permit application number C-13092, investing tract map number 6033. The Planning Commission made approval of this item. We'll go through the history in a little bit. The conditions of approval were appealed by the applicant, and Councilmember Capriolio has brought that forward to this body for consideration. I'll give you a little bit of information based on where the property is located. The vicinity map, it is due east of the Fresno Yosemite Airport. It is in an area that is rapidly becoming developed in eastern Fresno on approximately 34 acres just south of the intersection of Fowler and Shields. The planned land use in the 2025 general plan, and keep in mind that this application was made initially under the 2025 general plan, is designated for medium density residential, and that land use does continue over into the 2035 general plan. The land use density range is from 2025 is from 4.99 to 10.37 units per acre. The proposed project is 5.3 units per acre. Zoning is R1, which is consistent with medium density residential. A little bit of information about the surrounding land uses. There are light industrial uses to the west, rural residential to the south. A planned commercial shopping center with a Walgreens already in existence to the north, and the remainder is vacant. There is one professional office kind of to the north east on Shields. The Planning Commission's approval is now set aside as there has been an appeal, and the City Council needs to evaluate the conditional use permit and tract map. Conditional use permit C-13092 and tentative tract map T-6033 UGM proposes a 169-lot single-family residential unit on public streets in a planned development on approximately 31.87 acres at an overall density of 5.3 dwelling units per acre. The Planning Commission's approval of these applications on April 16, 2014 included condition of approval requiring an 18-foot setback to the face of garage on public streets. An appeal was filed, and it has been postponed on a number of occasions. Appeal was filed to amend the conditions of the approval to allow for a 7-foot garage setback on public streets. Vesting tentative tract map 6033 UGM proposes to subdivide the property into 169-unit single-family residential subdivision at a density of 5.3 dwelling units per acre. Conditional use permit C-13092 proposes a development with public streets and modified property development standards for all of the proposed lot. Phase 1 is in beige, and Phase 2 is in blue. We're mainly discussing the conditions that impact Phase 2 in blue. So let's talk a little bit about the analysis that the staff conducted. So we looked at a series of properties and developments that were evaluated that had full 18-foot setback or larger garage setbacks, and those that had less than the standard that's in our development standard. Our development standard is actually 20 feet, but we do allow up to a 10% variance for what we now consider a normal garage door, a roll-up, rather than a flip garage door. So some of our investigations showed that to look at a standard subdivision with a minimum 18-foot driveway, most of the time for those properties, the garage was either flush with the front of the home or the front of the home came in front of the garage to provide additional space for parking, for backing, and for visibility. As you can see in this picture, a standard garage setback in this case was an 18 feet prior to the sidewalk and the approach. This is what parking looks like in a standard subdivision with an 18-foot setback. Individuals have room to park in front of their garage if for some reason they needed to go into their home or they had items in the garage and were unable to pull into the garage. Here's some consideration of properties and subdivisions that have smaller driveways that are less than our standard. In these cases, they range between 7 and 10 feet. And as you can see, we do have concerns. Pedestrian safety is a major concern of our division and our department. The streetscape design, the ability for people to move throughout their neighborhood, the value of the properties within that neighborhood, and the lack of resources needed to enforce parking within the subdivisions. We also believe that there are other opportunities that we have brought before you before to look at different kinds of either single-story or multiple-story properties. We have a couple more pictures. This is in a subdivision in Evening where you can see there's a lot of parking on the street and parking overhanging the sidewalk. So individuals coming home from work who need to get to the mailbox would have to go out into the street to get to their mail. So last summer we provided a workshop to give you some alternatives to different kinds of ways that we could lay out lots. We understand that lot sizes over time, as land becomes more valuable and more expensive, to try to hit price points, that developers are going to have to look at a variety of different tools and options for property design, for lot design and layout. We presented a series of them to you last summer. Want to just kind of refresh here in terms of single-story properties as well as two-story. Really, we're looking at footprints here, and they could be built either as a single or a two-story depending on the need of the subdivision. So as you can see, we pull the front of the house up to 8 feet from the back of sidewalk, which still gives enough room for the garage and still considers how a backyard could be usable, which is definitely a concern. Again, here's some alternatives on a 50 by 85 foot lot as well as a 50 by 70 foot lot. The smaller the lot size, obviously, to try to maximize the resources and the land area in the backyard. Single story becomes much less effective for a smaller lot size. The smallest lot size that we did consider was a 50 by 70 foot lot. To maximize resource and have a 10-foot backyard, we could fit a 1,500 square foot home on that particular lot. There's also the alternative of a swing garage or a side entry garage, which allows for the driver of the vehicle to actually exit the property and cross the sidewalk facing the sidewalk rather than in reverse, which does add to security and safety and for the ability of that individual driving to actually see moving forward. So there are a variety of alternatives that we presented last summer. We just wanted to present them again. So the options, really from our perspective on public streets, are that that we would like to see the 20-foot setback continue to remain in the development code, with the option to go to an 18-foot, which is a standard parking stall depth, to ensure that the property owner and the person coming out of the driveway does not see undue risk, does not increase parking violations within the neighborhood. So some of the alternatives that were suggested were to construct two-story homes, which would maximize the lot and the backyard, to move the current single-floor family floor plans, single-story floor plans back on those lots. One of the suggested floor plans or the footprints from the August 21st workshop. Additionally, the developer can look at options for new site layout and or floor plans for the subject lots, or add 5 feet to the rear of those parcels and take it from the commercial property that's on Fowler at this time. So our recommendation at this time is to adopt the resolution that denies the appeal, approves the conditional use permit with the conditions that were recommended to the City Council, or were approved by the Planning Commission and appealed, and have it apply to the entire tract map and CUP. Again, just for your discussion, our concerns are related to pedestrian safety, the fact that lots could accommodate different floor plans and two-story homes. Other single-family designs could be reviewed and evaluated. The streetscape can become very cluttered with cars parked in the driveways and across the sidewalk, and we do have a lack of municipal resources on public right-of-way to enforce parking across the sidewalk. So that concludes staff's presentation of the appeal, of the evaluation, and we would welcome any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'll now turn it over to Councilmember Capriello.
Thank you, Council President. I've sat as a planning commissioner for 2 years before I was elected to this position, so I've seen both sides of these issues, and the evaluation and things that go into this type of a situation. And I realize appeals are unusual, but in this particular case, this appeal is based in part on the 8-foot driveways. But what I'm asking or appealing is that would be limited to this project-specific situation. I'm not asking for a general policy of 8-foot driveways in the city of Fresno. I'm trying to enable this builder to maximize the living space in this particular development, provide backyards, which is really, really important to buyers in this situation, and it's at an affordable price. So that combination of things, I think, come into play here, as well as the other issues that provides jobs for the citizens of Fresno. This is a local company, local preference. It hits all those marks. Not to mention that it would increase the tax basis, new revenue for the city and the county, and it also provides a neighborhood park in District 4 green spaces at a premium. So this does have an acre of well-designed park space. This concept of 8-foot driveways has been successful in Clovis. There were some photos that were distributed earlier showing actually no driveways, and those are very successful projects. I noticed in driving in Fresno that the Tower District has small 8-foot or less driveways in that particular area, and this has been a success in the gated communities in the city of Fresno. So to mitigate the safety issues, buyers will be advised clearly that there's no parking in a situation that blocks sidewalks. Also, there will be signage prohibiting that and indicating in very strong terms that you will be cited for any violations of that nature. So that's some of the reasons for the basis of this appeal. and I'd like to refer it back to you for council public comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio. I'll now take this item out to the public, and if we have members of the public, come on down and state your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. Mr. President, members of the council, Jeff Roberts on behalf of Granville Homes. Our business address is 1396 West Herndon in the city of Fresno. Appreciate the opportunity to respond here today to the staff recommendation, and we appreciate Councilmember Capriolio's comments. And I can tell you we are very supportive of the request, the appeal, and we are in disagreement with the staff recommendation. So I need to state that real clearly for the record. Before I begin, I'd like to pass out some photos, and these are taken all over town. They're examples where you'll find the shorter driveways in the Tower District, in southeast Fresno, in northeast Fresno, up in our Copper River Ranch project, and scattered around the community. So this is not a situation that is new to the city of Fresno. There are virtually thousands of lots in the city that have shorter driveways, most of which are in gated or private communities, but many of which, as you'll see from these photos, are on public streets throughout the community. The other graphic I want to refer to is a map, and I just wanted to use this real briefly before I hand it out. This shows our project that is south of Princeton and east of Fowler Avenue. Tract 6033 is within this project area. There is some additional area where if we're successful in gaining your approval for the use of the shorter driveways, we will use that same design aspect in the green area here. Altogether, in our Tract 6033, there's 167 lots. Of that, in the yellow area, there is 33 lots where we propose that, and that is what the question is here today. So I'll pass these graphics out that show our entire proposed neighborhood. As you're well aware, you just approved a resolution that allowed us to annex to CFD 11 that provides for maintenance of public spaces, including a future park that was mentioned by Councilmember Capriolio. We have outlined the reasons why we think these are very appropriate. The use of these shorter driveways are appropriate. They are done all over the community in both private and public streets. We've used them on our product in Copper River, and what's proposed here in Tract 6033 is an identical product to what has been built, successfully marketed up in the Copper River area. So that's what we'd like to do, is to replicate that here. You're going to be undertaking a big discussion in the very near future about the code. And maybe this issue is one of those things that ought to be addressed in the code, but here we are in between codes, and so this is the only way that we can forward this idea, is through an appeal. And we think it's very appropriate to do so. The shorter driveways are one of the tools that will help us achieve a higher density in this community, and I realize our time is up here, and we appreciate the time here today and hope you support our recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this issue? All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brand.
This came last year, I think, on Copper River. So, and again, just to clarify, Member Capriolio, this is for a pilot program, right? This is not adopting a citywide program.
Precisely.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I've seen the examples of the other many examples across the city. I know one specifically is Harlan Ranch. My son used to live there. Harlan Ranch, in fact, has, in some cases, no sidewalks, one sidewalk, shorter than 8-foot driveways, and this seemed to work. We have the one right at Copper and Cedar, the PUD, that is the same. And the argument last time was that's a private community and not subject to public liability. But if the message is that short driveways are unsafe, then why would you have it anywhere, public or private? It shouldn't make any difference. If you've been to the East Coast and the row housing in Europe, this almost is standard, is no driveways, tight, high-density housing, and somehow they find a way to put out fires, to do all the things necessary for any kind of normal life. And really, this is one of the challenges we're starting to see now of really almost going back to the 2025 general plan of advocating for higher density and these mixed-use divisions. So if you're going to put a footprint of only 3,000 or 4,000 square feet, it's going to be hard not to do, something's going to compromise. You're going to have a 5-foot backyard or a 5-foot driveway, one of the two. And most people, want a minimum amount of privacy. I know in my yard, it's probably back about 50, 60, 70 feet plus the 70 feet the neighbors, so that's over 100 feet. And you're looking at potentially two 3,500 square foot lots backed up to each other, maybe 20 feet between the neighbors. And that also becomes problematic if you go to 2 stories because somebody's looking down. And 2 stories is an option, but for a lot of people, I don't want to include myself as one of the older ones, that people don't want 2-story houses. They want single story because if you have any kind of issues with mobility, you're going up and down the stairs, and there's a choice. And I know probably, I'm just presuming that the 2 types of buyers that'll take the smaller square foot lots would be either first-time buyers looking for an opportunity to get started. My son bought his 3 or 4 years ago in Harlan Ranch, and a couple of years ago bought a home in Clovis, 2,500 square feet with a bigger lot. That's just how things progress. And the other thing is empty nesters, people moving out of larger homes that don't need the square footage. They want a smaller home. And that demographic's typically not looking for a 2-story home. On the safety issue, I know last time we talked about, if you're backing your car up, it's going to be an issue. Well, you can run over somebody with a 10-foot driveway or a 100-foot driveway. It makes no difference. If you're not looking, you're going to run into people. And as far as blocking the sidewalk, I think I showed a picture of my house at Christmas time when everybody's parked, and that driveway, that sidewalk is blocked. So whether you're parking a Fiat or a Steve Brandell truck 25 feet long, you can blocking the sidewalk can happen whether you have a 20-foot or a 5-foot driveway. And the city attorney was working on an ordinance, correct, on that basically would provide a fine no matter if you park in obstruct the sidewalk, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that problem can be taken care of one way or the other. And really, in the end, it's ultimately market-driven. People are making choices. If they think there's a safety problem, a convenience problem with the driveways, they simply won't buy the homes. And I know the one in Copper River's been there, I believe, a couple years. And I can't recall any incidents of somebody getting run over, a fire not being put out, or anything because there's a physical problem. So, again, I think I'm okay with this. As we proceed, we can develop standards. But again, this is the opening of what we're going to start to see more and more of, this debate on how we implement high density, mixed use, and the 2035 general plan. And I guess the final comment is, whatever we do, it can't be overly prescriptive. We've got to have flexibility and let the market determine where people want to live, subject to reasonable standards of safety and so on. So I'm okay with this. I guess would be the protest on the. So I will support Paul on his item. Thank you.
City Manager Rudd.
Yes, thank you. This ultimately is a policy question, but as far as the conversation about it would just be limited to this project, as Councilmember Brand has already pointed out, we've been down this path before. We've already allowed another project or a couple of projects to go forward. In fact, the first project was under a pilot. And every time we turn around, there's just another project coming in. So it's just another one at a time. And has nothing to do with the general plan or densities. This has to do with the market and the ability to sell the product, because as Ms. Clark pointed out, you can easily build a 2-story home on this lot, and the developer built a 2-story product. But what the developer wants is the ability to offer both a two-story or a single-story home on that lot. So it's not about densities, because you can still achieve the densities just building a two-story home on any one of these lots. It has been a concern of ours that we have potential ADA issues with this. And I'm not sure if the developer is open to disclosing to the buyer that by parking in the driveway, they're going to subject themselves to a significant fine issued by the city of Fresno and maybe be held personally liable for an ADA claim as a result of them violating the city ordinance. We've tried to work with the developer. I tried to reach a somewhat of a compromise to take the commercial space and use it as a park. But at the end of the day, I think the price tag was about $1.3 million, $1.4 million. And quite honestly, we just don't have $1.4 million to turn the outer area into a green space. It would be good that we have this. I would rather have a conversation about, is this going to be the policy before we start going into development codes, only to revisit this. So I would just ask, if council's going to take this as an item today, that they take it as in the eyes of an overall city policy. If you, representing your neighborhoods, believe that 8-foot driveways are appropriate for your constituents, then I think at the end, in fairness to the developer, the development community, we all need a clear signal as what your preference will be.
Councilmember Quintero.
City Manager, you know a lot about cars. How many 8-foot cars are in this country?
Well, just
are built.
How many 8-foot cars?
What companies build 8-foot cars?
Cooper and Fiat, I think, and that's about it.
That's about it, huh? So a home buyer would really be interested if they had a Cooper or a Fiat.
Yeah.
Okay. Just asking. Councilmember Capriolo, which was we have on the agenda, we have, the 3 items, with the resolution. Which one is it that you're proposing?
That would be the 1015 item.
No, I know, but you have number 1, adopt the mitigated neg deck. Number 2, with a resolution to deny the appeal, or number 3, deny the appeal in a different form.
I can make a motion now to approve items 2 and 3 with 7 to 8-foot driveways.
2 and 3?
Yes. Let's approve the conditional use permit and approve the vesting tentative map.
But
Council, item 1 is not necessary today. It's just 2 and 3 that are in contention today.
Yeah. So you're saying to approve both 2 and 3?
Yes.
So you deny the appeal for 8-foot driveways? Is that it? It isn't, City Attorney?
No, I believe Councilmember Capriolio's motion is to approve the appeal on both items and approve the items, but with the 7 to 8-foot driveways.
Yeah, precisely.
Okay.
So that would be upholding the appeal.
Okay. And Jennifer, what were the concerns that staff had in asking to deny?
So the city standard for setbacks for the face of garage, not for the face of the structure, but for the face of the garage, is 20 feet. So our recommendation is to deny just that one portion of the appeal related to the setbacks, related to the setback to the garage face. Correct. We still believe that there's a significant value deterioration that occurs with the lack of parking available to a property. We believe that there are other alternatives, even on a smaller footprint of a lot. And we believe we've presented those risks to the council. So those are our 3 major reasons for recommending denial of the appeal.
Okay, so that and Councilmember Capriolo's motion
is to uphold the appeal.
The other one
is the opposite. Correct.
The opposite. Yeah. Okay, and then City Manager, you also stated that you had met with the developer and offered different options, and it just wasn't workable at the end of the day, huh?
What we had tried to work out, and it's part of the reason why this has taken a little bit longer to get back to the to the council is that what we are attempting to do is there is a small, I think it's 2 acres, that's been set aside for small retail, and so
For this development.
for this development. So we had suggested that maybe in order to accommodate the larger driveways, that they do a lot line adjustment, make the lots deeper, and then set that remaining parcel aside as passive green space. After looking at that and discussion with the developer, the price, the cost of doing that to the city would have been about $1.3 million. Given what's going on with our park impact fees and our ability just to cover debt and for parks we've already built, we just don't have. It would be $1.3 million coming out of the general fund, and quite honestly, gentlemen, we don't have $1.3 million to buy off or buy down the cost of a new green or passive green space for this area. So I think we both agreed that in order to move this item forward, we should just bring it back to the council and let the council make a policy decision as to whether they will or won't, which goes back to my point about if from a policy standpoint, if we're going to do 8-foot driveways, let's just make that clear. That's the intent of this council, because if it isn't today, it's going to be tomorrow. We'll be dealing with this again, and we just need to be clear and signal to the development community and to the planning staff what we believe is acceptable for our neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm. And will there be a less amount of houses built if it's an 18-foot driveway?
Yeah, I don't believe so, because you could build a 2-story home on that lot and still accommodate an 18-foot driveway.
Okay. All right. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Soria.
So I know that Bruce brought up some concerns with ADA, and so I just want to ask, well, one, do we know in existing subdivisions, maybe that have occurred, maybe not here in the city of Fresno, but in the neighboring communities, if this has become an issue, and if so, how is it that the city can potentially resolve this so that we don't become liable in an instance like this?
Well, I think a few of the mitigation measures or conditions that have been suggested would help. Make it expressly illegal to park blocking a driveway, put the buyers on notice that would be a condition, possibly signage to that effect. And then we've been asked, and it would be possible to ask the developer for an indemnity should there be a lawsuit concerning ADA.
So in terms of, and so that would protect and address some of the ADA issues. So
it would help.
So I don't know if we would be open to making an amendment to your motion to include that.
Before we do any amendments, I'd like to hear from the builder and what their position might be on the comments in general from the dais. Unless you'd like to address that yourself.
In terms of
to the builder.
Does someone want to come up?
Jeff Roberts on behalf of Granville. Could you repeat the question, please?
So in terms of amending the motion to include an indemnity clause, essentially when facing ADA, because I know that you guys provided pictures of very similar, shorter driveways, but this is going to be a subdivision, so it's a little bit different in terms of what we do see. I know that in my district I do have some of these, but it's not an entire subdivision. So I think when we're talking about concerns of ADA, I would like to make sure that the city is protected, while at the same time being open to trying this out.
Well, let me answer it this way.
Mr. Roberts, let me interject just for a moment.
Sure.
We're talking about 33 lots out of 169 lots. So it's not the entire subdivision. If you look at the map that's been provided, it's a very precise area with those limitations. But the 136 remaining lots are 8-foot driveways or larger. So it's not, I just want to correct the record. I'm not asking for a subdivision or a general policy. I'm submitting this request based upon 33 lots of this entire subdivision. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the council, our position is this. We have no problem providing the disclosure to folks in their purchase agreement that that parking across the sidewalk is prohibited and that it may subject them to an ADA issue. We are not prepared to indemnify the city against any ADA claim, but we are working currently with the attorney's office on an indemnity agreement that has to do with an issue of the old plan versus the new plan. We've been working on that for about almost a week, Mike, and that's ongoing, and that'll be completed before we come back with our final map on the 26th. So that's how I need to answer those things.
Okay. So I guess I'm trying to understand, so it would be the buyer then that would be responsible? Or would we still be on the hook?
The city potentially could be on the hook, at least for a lawsuit and defending the lawsuit, whether or not it ultimately has merit. If we approve a project where it would be likely that a car would park blocking a sidewalk. It's similar to the indemnity that's requested concerning the land use approvals or the CEQA approvals.
Okay. And so you guys aren't prepared to support that? Okay. So...
As the maker of the motion, then I would not include that clause. I would just like to add, in the numerous homes you've built in our community and other communities, have you ever done an indemnity clause for ADA purposes?
No.
Thank you. All right, is that a standard in the industry or other projects that
we build in other municipalities that we've not been asked to do anything
I just want
like
to,
that.
let me jump in. I want to make sure I keep decorum. Councilmember Soria still has the floor. Have you ceded the floor?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. Sorry, Councilmember Cabrillo, you can re-engage.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Olivier.
Just for a second. I'm assuming that there's going to be a homeowners association.
No.
There's not.
No, there is not.
Okay. So because I was thinking a homeowners association could address, but I mean, they have the option to park the car in the garage, right?
Well, actually, we think that the shorter driveway will encourage people to use their garage to park in as opposed to store a lot of things in it. They won't have the option to park on a driveway. They'll have to use that garage. So obviously we provide automatic garage door opener uppers and as
that's
a
included
feature.
with each home is an automatic garage door opener.
Correct.
Okay.
It's a standard
I've
feature.
been in neighborhoods in Clovis where they have these short driveways. What's been the lawsuit history on that?
We don't know of any.
Does anybody know? Are they getting sued? They are. Oh, they're on private streets, and that ADA does not apply to private streets. Okay. A question: you submitted a picture here of downtown Fresno, and there's short driveways there.
There are.
Have they been sued? This is what? What's this one? What project is this you've sent a picture of?
Is it our picture?
Yeah, this is your packet.
Yeah, it's our. Let's see. That's the.
There's the ones with the yellow
Yeah.
bar work outside
It's
the
on
window there.
Fulton Street, right?
Has there been any lawsuit?
Not that we know of.
Why did the city approve this? I mean, just refresh my memory. It was probably me, but what's the approval history of this, and why does this work? And I'm curious because City Manager Rudd, I'm at the end of these few questions I have. I'm going to attempt to answer your question, which is you want to hear from this council as far as policy direction moving forward. So I'm going to answer your question, but I'm curious about this project.
Mr. Tackett, you want to take that?
Council President Baines, council members, Will Tackett, Development and Resource Management Department. That particular project was a downtown project. It was also a planned development, which did allow us to consider modified development standards, as with a mixed-use project, as we've seen downtown. That was a singular instance, and it was conditioned in that circumstance that no parking would be allowed on that reduced driveway, and that property management would be responsible for enforcement of that. We have been provided evidence from staff where vehicles have parked in those locations, and we have had to deal with that in that particular instance.
Someone goes out and writes them a ticket.
I don't know exactly how
you
that
call
we're
the property
enforcing that.
manager?
It was conditioned such that the
We're not
property
writing the
management
tickets.
would enforce.
If someone's parked and they're blocking the sidewalk, we can write them a ticket? In what Granville's trying to build? Okay. Okay, so there's a mechanism for enforcement. I think that
It goes back to the resources.
Right, of course. Thanks, Mr. Tackett. I appreciate it. Well, to answer your question, I think that there's literally a mechanism in place to make sure that people don't park and block. That's the automatic garage door opener. And a mechanism, you push the button, it opens, and people go in and park.
I'm quite familiar how those work.
So if they block their sidewalk, the city of Fresno can write them a ticket. Obviously, I'm concerned about ADA lawsuits. I'm concerned about people who can't make it down the sidewalk. But as in answer to your question, Mr. Rudd, I fully support a home builder constructing the product that their research and development has indicated to them would be the better product. I mean, if Granville builds these and can't sell these with the short driveway, they're going to learn a lesson, and they're going to have to sell these at a deep, deep discount because nobody wants their house. So as someone who is a journalist and a broadcaster, I don't claim to be an engineer or a home builder, or I don't know what's best. The homeowner will determine what's best. And if the 8-foot driveway is a failure, then that's going to send a very, very expensive and costly message to the builder. In this case, it's going to be Granville, that this is a failure, and they won't build these anymore. So as far as going forward in policy, I would favor letting the home builder determine the length of the driveways in the future. Thank you.
And if I could respond that
Sure.
whether or not, and I've been through subdivisions all throughout this community, and whether or not you have a 18, 20-foot driveway, there are instances where driveways are being used to park cars and not the garage, because the garage is being used to store a whole bunch of other things. Add in a couple of teenage kids, or add in somebody who'll be driving in your home in about 14 years, you'll soon appreciate the fact that you can't fit a whole lot of cars that sometimes depend on the home. As far as the liability, I've heard comments about, well, has Clovis been sued? Has Fresno been sued? No, not that we know of. Therefore, if that's the case, I'm puzzled as to why the developer would be unwilling to indemnify the city, since the likelihood or chances of a lawsuit ever occurring are somewhere between thin and none.
Councilmember Brandau.
All right. Originally, it was my goal not to even talk about this issue today, because I knew that others had stronger opinions, and that they would be expressing most of my thoughts anyway. So, but in listening to the comments, I would just like to throw out a couple of things. I drew a little cartoon of my truck here about 30 minutes ago, and I gave it to the city manager. It's quite possible my truck wouldn't fit in a 16-foot driveway or a 24-foot driveway. And we've made a lot of jokes about it. Councilman Brand made a lot of jokes about it. But I want to talk about a couple of thoughts that I have about this issue. It's really a philosophical issue to me, and it's got a lot to do with personal responsibility. So I began thinking about, how do I treat my truck when I drive up into somebody's home, or I'm visiting a friend. It's not my own personal driveway. And I would probably say that I've blocked the sidewalk probably 1 in every 10 times that I park. But I don't block the street. The reason I don't block the street, I know that I'm going to cause that accident. Well, I block a sidewalk, I know I'm going to inconvenience somebody. I'm telling the God's honest truth. And I know it doesn't sound good for me to even admit that I block sidewalks occasionally.
Steve, if I can interrupt you, you have the right to remain silent.
Yeah. Everything absolutely,
you say
right.
can and will be used against you,
Yeah.
possibly
But the truth
in
is,
a court of law.
if I block, and I agree, this is somewhat about personal responsibility, and the city of Fresno, we want to take the responsibility out of people's hands. So, and we want to create that responsibility, and I think we should create policy where if Steve Brandow parks his truck and he blocks a sidewalk, I should get fined. So, and that should happen. It's not the developer's choice, it's my choice. I'm the one parking the vehicle there. Now most of the time in those situations, I would park out on the street against the curb. Okay, even a lot of times when our city's hall's parking lot's full, I park out on the street because it's much easier, and people know that. It's personal responsibility. Now, if I go to park in an 8-foot driving parking lot and my truck is 12 feet out into the street, I'm going to cause an accident, and I should be personally liable for that. But that's not the home builder's bad decision for me to make that choice at the end. And so, so for me, what this becomes is government wants to, at many levels, and here today locally, government wants to police people's actions, and then in the end, what's really surprising, we don't ever hold them accountable. So we can just go on and make all kinds of laws, and we never hold anybody accountable anyway. It's ridiculous. I am supportive of passing a policy that says that if you're blocking the street or the sidewalk, you can be penalized for that. And that's, I think, the best thing that local government can do. Now, somebody's going to say, well, Councilman Brandow, we don't have the resources for code enforcement. That is not the problem of the developer. That's really not the problem of the developer. If it's our intention to stop people and we want to pass a policy, then we've got to find a way of funding that policy and maybe make that aspect of code enforcement pay for itself. Those are my thoughts on this item. I'm done.
Councilmember Capriolio.
I made a motion, I believe, and did I get a second?
I second it.
I just want to make sure I made that motion. We've gone quite a ways on this particular topic. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right, I'll make just a couple comments, and it seems as though the screen is clear. I have kind of been pretty consistent on this, my thoughts on this issue for every time it's come up, and I'm very leery about us being overly prescriptive with the development community and the types of products that they're building. So I think most of that's been covered by my colleagues today. I do want to acknowledge, though, that it probably is some added risk with this. So it's up to us to decide to take the risk or not regarding some of the issues that we're going to be potentially facing with this. I recognize that it would be very similar to the same risk that an HOA would take in a private development, in a private community, gated community. So we would essentially put ourselves in a similar situation along that line. I would probably be certainly supportive of an effort to have the developer indemnify the city in this issue, but it looks like we're not willing to go that route. But I would have certainly been supportive in that. I think that would have been probably smart policy making on our part, the overarching thing. But at a bottom level, I don't think that we need to be overly prescriptive with what we're doing today. So I'm generally supportive of your appeal, Councilmember Capriolio. Councilmember Brandow.
Thank you, Council President. And there's one other thing that I forgot, and it's in regard to ADA law. And this isn't going to change anything. But This ADA law that we have is assaulting every city in this state and every state in this nation. It's one of the most heinous, intrusive, abusive laws that are operating in the United States of America. They're suing. Right now, we have ADA attorneys that have come into the city of Fresno and suing practically every business on Blackstone Avenue. And I'm telling you, this needs to be addressed. And as soon as council's over at 1:30 at the Clovis Memorial Building, there's going to be a presentation about ADA law and how it affects cities like ours. So lawyers, and we have a couple of them sitting up here with me, so I'll watch myself, but some of them love to take this law and over-abuse it and penalize policies and work that cities like ours are trying to accomplish today. So if anybody would like to join me, if council's finished in time, I'm going to be at the Clovis Memorial Building at 1:30 to listen about these heinous ADA lawsuits in our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Brandow. We don't have any other council members on the screen. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? No. Motion carries 5-2. Council members Soria and Quintero voting no. Moving on to our 10:30 a.m. item. The joint meeting of the City of Fresno, the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of Fresno, and the Fresno Revitalization Corporation.
Thank you. On your agenda is the ROPS this morning for the July through December period of 2015. As required, the ROPS shows the overall debt for outstanding enforceable obligations and the estimated amount needed to meet those obligations over the next 6 months, which came to about $4.1 million. Also, the ROPS lists loans for payback and reflects the maximum amount that would be allowed for this period, which is about $3.4 million. So that's the highlight, and we're planning to take this to the Oversight Board at the end of February and then on to Department of Finance. Thanks.
Thank you, Marlene. We will now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. We have one item to contemplate. It's a resolution approving the recognized obligation payment schedule. Do we have a motion? All right. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Item passes 7-0. All right, council. We will now go to our council item this morning. Our committees, which is always fun. So we're going to take the city council item, the council boards and commissions, communications, reports, assignments, and or appointments, reappointments to our various boards. So first up, we have Council Member Brandow.
Did you call on me?
I just called you, yes.
All right, Council President, I'm not sure how you were going to tackle this item, so I just punched in. I'd like to say that I'd like to remain on all the committees that I'm currently on, and I would like to apply or volunteer for number 11, the Upper Kings Basin Integrated Regional Water Management, JPA, for that vacancy there. So.
Okay.
I would make a motion to appoint Councilmember Brandow, if that's the procedure. Do you need a motion?
Council, I'm sorry, City Attorney, what's going to be the most efficient way to handle this?
It may be better to step through these one at a time, or they don't have to be in order, but some of these are handled very differently than others. Some are simply announcements or reports. Some require an appointment or reappointment of somebody who may already be on there and then can continue, and some are actually confirming appointments that the mayor has made. On this particular one, number 11, the council can appoint one council member plus up to one or more alternates to that board.
Okay.
On the Kings River.
So do we need to take a motion to appoint Councilmember Brandow?
Yes, for number 11 you do.
Okay. So we have a motion to appoint. Now, do we take the appointee along with the alternates all in one vote, or do we have to do them separately?
You could, or you could do them separately, either way.
Okay. Then I would rather, if we can, Councilmember Capriolio, if you are okay with this, I would like to take the appointee along with the alternates all in one vote. And the alternates we would recommend to be Tommy Esqueda and Georgianne White for that particular board.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
So the board comes with two alternates. So what I'd like to do is, instead of taking the alternates in separate votes, I'd like to take the appointee or council member along with the alternates all in one vote, if your motion is, if you're okay with that.
Yes.
Okay. So can we amend, can the record reflect to amend his motion to include Councilmember Brandow as the appointed member with Tommy Esqueda and Georgianne White as being his alternates?
Yes, he could restate his motion that way.
So moved.
Okay. And I'll second that. So council, we'll vote on this, and this is for the upper, we're on number 11, the Upper Kings Basin Integrated Regional Water Management, JPA. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. So what I'm going to do, council, is there are a couple of committees that we need to appoint or reappoint members, and we'll kind of step through those as we go. So the first one, the Council of Government, that is the mayor will make that appointment, and I've talked with her about that, and she's going to do that by ad hoc, essentially.
Council President, I would recommend, since this is a council action item, or at least some of them, take it out to the public globally and dispense with the public comment, and then take up the ones that you're going to vote on.
So I'll take this item out to the public. Do we have any members on the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. So we'll step through, we'll go through the Finance and Audit Committee. So I'm going to appoint the chair as the council president, and then the chair will appoint two members. As last year's chair was Councilmember Brand, so I will reappoint Councilmember Brand as the chair. And Councilmember Brand, you now need to select two other committee members.
I have the right to appoint the two appointees.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll appoint Councilmember Olivier and Councilmember Brandow as the two other members.
Okay. Now, Doug, do we need to vote on that, or?
That does not require council action.
Okay. So the next one that we need to address is the Fresno County Transportation Authority. And we have Mayor Swearingen and Councilmember Brandow serving on there right now. We need to either appoint or reappoint Member Brandow.
That's
Member
correct.
Brandow, are you still wanting to serve on that committee?
Yeah, yes, I am, and I'm right in the middle of a project that council's been working on that issue about a trail system that we've had some joint meetings about, and that is right in the process. So I would like to continue on that board.
Okay. So appointed. Councilmember Brand, did you want to? Brand? You okay? Councilmember Brandow, you punched back up? Councilmember Brandow, you punched back up?
Oh, I didn't mean to.
Okay. All right. The next committee we need to appoint or reappoint will be the Fresno Madera Agency on Aging. So at this point, Councilmember Olivier is the current board member.
Yes, I am.
Would you like to stay that?
Well, I think I would really like to nominate Member Soria for this because, being a new council member, I think that it's a good way to get in touch with the community and to learn a lot more about the area that we all represent. You know, the FM AAA is a great organization. They do Meals on Wheels. They do congregate meals for seniors. And, it's been a pleasure to serve on this board for the past 4 years. It's the only thing is that the board meetings take place on Thursday mornings, and it's difficult for me to be in both places. And I deputized a staffer and it's a great opportunity for young staff and interns to become involved and go to those. However, I do regret that I'm unable to attend the board meetings most months. So with that, I would Council President, like to step away from Fresno Madera Area Agency on Aging, and I would like to ask my new colleague, Councilmember Soria, if you would be interested in taking part in this. It's very rewarding, and I'm sure you would enjoy it.
Council, I'm showing that one as the mayor makes the appointment and the council confirms the appointment.
Well, in that case, I'm going to recommend to the administration that Councilmember Soria be appointed to the...
That was a very nice speech, though.
Someone will I'm sure, get to do it. And I'm sure that person will be me. So that's all. I just wish that I could go to the meetings and be in two places at once, but I just can't. So,
Councilmember Soria. Yeah, you punched up.
Oh, okay. So on that motion or your suggestion, I think I don't have the time because I actually on Tuesday, is Tuesday nights? Thursday mornings. Okay, well.
But the staffer that I had that was going to those has since left the city, and so I don't have, I mean, I'm just going to have to send somebody else. I just feel it's whatever. If you're interested, I will step aside. But if you would rather not, then I will be happy to continue.
Well, let's have a conversation because we still have to get the mayor, right?
Yeah.
So let's have a conversation about that.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Sure.
I do want to make a motion to add or become an alternate to the Upper Kings Basin Integrated Regional Water Management, JPA.
So we already took that vote?
I think can I make
The council member could make a motion to add someone or herself as a third alternate.
We can do a third alternate?
You can have one or more alternates on that board.
Then you want to make that motion? Do we have a second?
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, item passes 7-0. So you are now an alternate on the Upper Kings Basin Integrated Regional. Okay. So I just lost my spot. We were on.
Council, we were on the aging item.
We were on the aging item, but
you may want to continue that item since it requires a mayor's appointment first.
The mayor has to send that appointment. So now we're going to move to the Pension Reform Task Force, which is also appointed by the mayor. So we will wait till that appointment comes down. We have I'd like to fold up one committee, the Infill Development Ad Hoc Committee. So that committee has served its purpose. We don't need to reappoint for that, and we can disband that committee. We need to also either appoint new members or reappoint the current members on the Litigation Exposure Reduction Ad Hoc Committee that are currently serving our Councilmember Brandao and Capriolio. Cap.
I think both Steve and I are willing to continue our service there. And I just wanted to put on the record that through the Litigation Reduction Committee, as well as the city attorney and the fabulous staff they have, that we've been able to reduce in the amount of $1.8 million the litigation expenses that were burdening our particular division. So thank you, Doug, and your crew, and very happy and proud to make that announcement. So Steve and I would continue in our litigation reduction capacity, our numerous meetings.
Okay. So do we need a motion, or is the appointment okay?
You could do these by individual motion and vote, or you could simply say by consensus. If nobody objects, they'll be approved.
I like that, by consensus, and I don't see any objection, unless we have another member that wants to be added to that committee. Seeing none, we will take care of that by consensus. I do want to add the Transportation Committee. I would like to, currently on the committee are myself and Councilmember Olivier. I would also like to appoint Councilmember Soria to the Transportation Committee. And seeing no objections, we shall make it so.
The conditions. Should laid out some conditions at the beginning. Blocking the driveways.
Okay, thank you, Council. Sorry for the delay. I was there was the Economic Development Corporation. I'd like to create an alternate position for that with a council member, and Councilmember Brandow and the city manager are currently serving on there. I would like to be Councilmember Brandow's alternate to that
I'll
committee.
second that motion.
All right. The Economic Development Corporation. It's number 13. So, by consensus, we'll make it so. I'm now your alternate.
Perfect.
Council, do we have any other committees we need to address that were not addressed thus far?
Yeah. Is Council President?
Yes, go ahead.
So I had a question about one, and I don't remember last year on number 15, League of Cities annual meeting, Mayor Swearingen and Councilmember Olivier was the alternate. Did we create multiple alternates last year? Because I went to a League of Cities, right? So that should be listed a little bit differently.
I think anybody can go to annual meeting. Council members just can go to annual meeting. It's the one appointment is the Mayor Swearingen holds the seat for the board of directors, and I'm her alternate for that. And if possible, I'd like to continue in my capacity doing that. But as far as annual meeting and other activities, everyone's welcome.
The convention is when
Yeah.
is what you're calling the annual meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. So all right then. Okay, but I thought weren't you an alternate? You're saying? Did we create alternates?
Council, I've only been aware of one alternate on that, and it's the mayor's appointment.
Okay.
Councilmember Brandow,
yes.
if just point of clarification. So every year there is an action that comes before you prior to the General Assembly of the League of California Cities to establish voting delegates for the city.
Yes.
That may be what you're thinking.
That's
so the city appoints a voting delegate, which could be a member of the council, could be the city manager, could be whoever you'd like, and you have alternate voting delegates. So I believe that's what you're referring to, are the voting delegates, not the board seat, which the mayor holds, and Councilmember Olivier sits as her alternate.
Okay, that makes sense because you just used the word alternate, and I was pretty sure I was an alternate at one point on some, so that's what it was. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
But wait, I think we better.
Any other comments by council members regarding the committees?
No.
No?
Council, I think it would be helpful to address that for any of the items not specifically mentioned, a council member who is serving will continue to serve on that board or commission or committee.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. So for any of the committees that we did not appoint today, the current council member will continue in their service.
Be a change on one of the council committees because Councilmember Story is going to go talk to Member Brand, who appoints is it the Financial Audit Committee or the Finance and Audit Committee?
I think it's Finance and Audit Committee.
Okay, it's listed on the thing as Financial Audit Committee.
Council President?
Yes.
May I ask for clarification for purposes of the minutes on the Upper Kings River Basin I want to make sure that it's reflected in the minutes that the appointment is Councilmember Brandow and the alternates being Councilmember Soria, Tommy Escueda, and myself, all three as alternates. That needs to be reflected in the minutes for when we send the documentation over to the authority.
Madam Clerk, can you make sure that that's accurately reflected?
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Council, I'm going to take a 5-minute break and allow a few other committees to get worked out. It seems as though we may have a couple of changes coming up, so we'll break for 5 minutes. Seems like we've taken care of all of our committee work.
We've done everything we need to do, yes.
All right. So what I'd like to move now to unscheduled communications. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on any topic in the city at this point? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. We have a closed session that we'll move to. City Attorney, will you make the closed session announcement?
Yes, on closed session, we have a conference with real property negotiator concerning property at 5607 West Jensen, with the parties being the city and Darling Ingredients, Inc.
All right,
and I would not expect any announcement after the closed session.
All right, thank you. And after that, council, we will adjourn to our break and be back here at 5 o'clock. about that. Be mindful that we'll have another opportunity to actually substantively debate it up here as well as take a vote. So I just wanted to be clear about that tonight. Okay, staff, I think we're ready for presentation.
Great. Thank you, Council President, City Council, City Attorney, City Manager. Here today to present information regarding the Proposition 218 that was conducted between the period of December 22nd and today, and the process that we went through, and then talk a little bit about what it was associated with for the rate plan. I want to thank the City Manager's Office for all their help during this public process. City Attorney's Office did yeoman's work helping us throughout, guidance and some support. It's been very, very helpful. I want to thank City Council for providing input on the outreach and education things that we did, so I appreciate that very, very much. And I want to thank the staff. A lot of work goes into developing a mailing list for the city the size of Fresno, and I can't thank those people enough. And then finally, I want to thank the citizens of Fresno for an unprecedented participation in a Prop 218 process. It's very, very exciting to be a public utilities director for a city that has a public engaged as much as we have had on this, and I'm very excited about what we're going to have an opportunity to hear tonight, and look forward to the plan of moving things forward for the city of Fresno. So with that, let's talk a little bit about where we are. We talk a little bit about the schedule for the 218 process, the notice that we conducted, how we built the list, the public participatory process, and then just summarize with the capital plan that's the subject of the 218, and then a summary of kind of next steps that are anticipated. So we started this on November 20th when the council authorized us moving forward with the Proposition 218 process. And a month later, we went ahead and completed the mailing for the Prop 218 notices. 45 days later is today, and February 5th, we're conducting the public hearing. As the council president identified or commented on February 26th, we'll bring the rate plan back to the city council for consideration. And after that consideration, if the rates are approved, they will become effective on March 30th, 2015. So that's the schedule we are operating under at this time. So the 218 process, two things guided our direction on this. One was the California Constitution. There's a very prescriptive process that we have to follow in order to conduct the 218. And there was a settlement agreement between the city of Fresno and a Measure W proponents that had identified a need to revisit how we had done the 218. And again, I want to thank the City Attorney's Office for the great job they did in helping us make sure we navigated through that correctly. As a result of that effort, we mailed out 213,581 public notices and ballots to property owners and ratepayers. That's both parties were allowed to participate in the protest. And we had developed, as a result, settlement agreement to find some things that had to be in the transmittal for the 218. A notification regarding what was in the notice, intended that it would look like a jury notice. And inside was the ballot card and a return envelope, and then information related to what the 218 was recommending or proposing in terms of rates. The transmittal envelope had a prepaid postage envelope in it, and the protest ballot was in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Hmong. And then there was a 4-page public notice about the 218, and the California Constitution is very prescriptive on the minimum things you got to put in there. And so we had to put the reason for the rate change, how we calculated the 5-year rate plan, instructions on how to protest the rates, and then we made that available in English, Spanish, and Hmong, online available, so that people could see that and have that additional available to them. The mailing list. How did we build the mailing list? The mailing list was constructed using 2 billing databases, 2 databases. The utility billing database was the first one that we pushed into, and so what we did was we extracted out of that all of the individuals that are currently account holders, both active and inactive. And as part of that process, the billing system has the APN number for all the parcels that receive service from the city. So once you pull that data out of the billing database, you then compare that against the parcel database, and we identified from that we had 133,347 parcels that are served water service by the citizens of Fresno, both inside the city and outside the city. And then, since we wanted to include both ratepayers and parcel owners, we wound up sending additional ballots just because we might have had some situations where there was a duplication of a change in name or a similar an address. So we had another 80,300 that went out just to make sure we captured everybody that had the opportunity to vote on this in this protest. The process of receiving the ballots went as follows. Individuals would take the ballot, put it into self-addressed stamped envelope, and put it in their mail. The U.S. Postal Service was the first ones to touch it. After that, they delivered those to the city clerk. The city clerk received them closed, time-stamped the envelopes, and then from there, closed, they went to the pre-sort center that we had retained to help us with this, and they opened the ballots, pulled the ballots out, and they had barcodes on them so that all the information was digital, and so we just ran them through their scanning machine. And once they did the pre-sorting of the ballots, they were returned to the clerk's office. Everything was returned to the clerk's office. The time-stamped envelope, date time-stamped envelope, and the ballots were all returned to the city clerk. And the city clerk went through the process then of doing the validation process to confirm that the ballots were qualified. And again, kudos to the city clerk's office for the work they did on the number of ballots we received. In order for the protest to be successful, 66,674 ballots, valid ballots, are required. And then that's just 133,347 divided by 2 plus 1 is 66,674. So we really wanted to make sure that we reached out to the community to make sure everyone had an opportunity to understand, be aware, know, be knowledgeable that there was a protest ballot process going on. And so we did television, 42 spots on the station. Radio, we had 60 spots in Hmong, 201 in Spanish, 441 in English. We took we printed 2 half-page advertisements in the Bee. We did a lot of other additional coverage in print, radio, and television, 2 additional advertisements in the Bee. And then we had 212 calls, approximately, I think it's a little more, we had a couple more last few days, to the Prop 218 hotline. And if you called the Prop 218 hotline, you could be serviced in both English and Spanish. So again, we really, really wanted to get the word out that this was out there, it's available, please participate. And we had great participation. So we also had, the other way we measured the level of activity was on the City of Fresno website. That's where the 218 information was housed. We had 712 views on the page over those 45 days. And then if you look at the additional click-throughs, 165 people clicked through on the Spanish and 46 on the Hmong. We had a Recharge Fresno website that had some of the details of what the Recharge Fresno program was. We had 2,300 web views on that site. At the suggestion of Councilmember Soria, we've sent out an additional reminder between the December and January billing that, hey, you should have got a notice. If you didn't, please call in. So we sent that out, and we got a response from that additional reminder. And then there were a number of community presentations that we'd been invited to talk to and speak to people to give them information about what it was, how does it work, how do they participate. And so we wound up doing a number of presentations around the community for that. Great effort in terms of getting the word out. It just amazed me that the effort we went through to make sure people were aware that this was happening in their community. So let's just talk a little bit again what the subject of the 218 was. It is a $429 million capital program that will be spent over a 5-year period. And so the projects are the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility at 186, raw water pipelines to get water out of the mountains onto the valley floor and into the treatment plant, $98 million. Finished water pipelines to get the water out of the plant, get it distributed throughout the community is the $55 million. We do have money in there for renewal and replacement of aging infrastructure throughout the community. That's about 82. And then we have groundwater recharge. Our friends from Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District are here, Alan Hoffman, and so he's going to be one of our big partners in looking to go ahead and expand and increase and make that program more effective and efficient. So the financing plan, this is really what the rates come down to, is how are you proposing to finance that project. And so $50 million of it is anticipated to get from an SRF loan, 2% interest, 20-year term. That application was, the first application for that was submitted in June of 2014. The council approved submitting that. We did. We've been through a few of the first iterations of reviews with the state, and we're still tracking well to get SRF loan money for the project. $290 million will be revenue bonds, and so the revenue bonds are structured. The estimate that we're structuring the rates on is a 5.5% interest rate, 30-year term, and $88.5 million of the money will be cash. That'll be cash that we use partly for the recharge program to work with FMFCD, Fresno Irrigation District, City of Clovis, and the balance of that money will be used to do the infrastructure rehabilitation and replacement throughout the community. And so that's the financing plan that is the basis of the rate plan. So how will the rates be spent? And so we developed this chart to kind of give you a sense over the 5 years. The green bars kind of indicate the keep the lights on, what it just takes to keep the lights on here for the utility. And so we have to pay for replacement of chemicals at the water plant. We have carbon that we treat contaminated water with, that ages, and we have to replace that. The electricity bill, the labor costs, all of the things are just associated with keeping the lights on at the utility. So you can see over time, it's 2722, 3156, 3238, and so those are the dollars associated with keeping the lights on. The black bars indicate what portion of the bill would be associated with the capital program we're proposing, and all of this is based on 1,800 cubic feet of water usage per month for a 1-inch meter. And so you can see the current bill right now. Just have a laser on it. The current bill is $24.49 for 1,800 cubic feet, and so that first year of the rate increase, it would go up to $28.30. Next year, $34.12, and then so on, $39, $57, all the way up to $52. And at that out year, you can see that the surface water treatment plant, the cost to get the water to the plant, and the cost to get the water out of the plant to the system is about $10 on a $52 bill. And about $33 of the bill in that time frame is just to keep the lights on, fixing the broken things, paying the electricity, paying the labor. So that's how the proposal is to invest the dollars that we would generate from this rate increase. So talk a little bit about what we heard during the 218 process. We got a lot of comments, and what I will tell you is that the comments we received during the 218 process, both as email, phone calls, meetings that we had with the community, pretty much mirrored what we heard during the community forums. So the themes were consistent, and they were just really dead on what we had heard previously, and they continued through. So the first thing was the water affordability and equity important. Everybody pay their proportionate share. So we did that, and that wasn't really an option because the California Constitution says everybody's got to pay their proportionate share. So we did that, and the affordability. So one of the things at the request of the City Council was, can you find a way to see if going forward we might be able to do something with affordability based on that guidance and direction from Council. Administration put together a program to provide a water affordability credit moving forward. We are going to fund it at a rate of $1 million per year. It'll affect about 17,000 accounts a year, and we have a process recommended for moving forward that for the community. And with the administration, we'll bring that forward for your consideration. Also, a part of that is that we'd heard during the community process was, while one of the things, the goal we need to establish is trying to help people who want to be more efficient get access to some of the rebate dollars we have as part of the Fish Water Conservation Program. Again, these were in the Water Conservation Act recommendations as well. And so what we will do moving forward is that for income qualified individuals who qualify for the water affordability credit, they will also qualify for an enhanced level of reimbursement for the water conservation rebates. And so it'll be 150%. So for example, if there's an item that qualifies for a rebate of $50, and you income qualify like you do for the affordability credit, you will actually get $75 back for that rebate on that water conservation element. So we've done those two things on the affordability. New development should pay its fair share of program cost. That process is, the contract has been signed, and a consultant has been engaged, and we are going forward with looking at recalibrating the water capacity fees that individuals who want to make a new connection or expanded connection to the system. We recalibrate the water capacity fees so that they pay their proportionate share of the cost for the infrastructure. So that is in play, and that'll be coming to the council for consideration. So what happens if we don't advance the capital plan? What's the plan B? I heard that question a lot. And so it's been fortunate. We have a couple of letters from the state that have identified that, and we had a conference call with an individual from the state Water Resources Control Board on Friday, and it laid out pretty well because the law pretty much establishes that if we fail to act on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and put a plan in place to recover, we will be put in probationary status. State will come in, prepare the groundwater sustainability plan for us, and then they will define the regulation, the funding requirements, the regulation, the enforcement, the actions. And so it's not anticipated that we will get there, but there is a mechanism within the law that that's what would proceed. We would proceed down that road. So there is a method in place for the state to help us, encourage us to get right on our water, our contamination issues and our overdraft issues. So the city has credibility issues. This is a big program, and there's a lot of money, and it's got to be done in 5 years. And so the delivery of the project, the transparency, the compliance, and adopted plans. And so there's a commitment on the administration's part to look at creating some folks to kind of help guide us and make sure we stay on task, on rails. And I can tell you that with the deadlines that will be implemented for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and the contamination rules that will come out later this year, early next year, there will be a compliance schedule that we will have to comply with. So delivering it on time and on schedule, there's a lot of forces and factors that will be at our heels, making sure we comply with that. What is the reliability of the city's surface water entitlements? We had this question several times, and so we were able to get data from the Fresno Irrigation District and the Friant Water Authority. And the question we asked was, show us the allocations that would have been awarded to the city of Fresno over the last 50 years. So basically from 1964 to 2014, 2015. We are proposing, as part of that, the average water supply allocation available to the city over that period of time, average, was about 173,000 acre feet. Okay, it's 173,000 acre feet, average availability from the two sources that we got. We are proposing in the rate plan to build a surface water treatment facility that would give the city a total surface water treatment production capacity of about 110,000 acre feet. So we're 60,000 below what our average has been. Over that period of time, that 50-year period, there are two periods where we would not have 110,000 acre feet of water available for those plants, which is expected. They're just going to be dropped. And there's two periods in that 50-year period. One is the drought of 76, 77, and the other one is this year's drought. So in this 40-year period, we have seen the record history droughts of record here for the city of Fresno. So 2 periods out of the 50 years that we've got is a pretty reliable source. And again, we're not looking to build production capacity that would take us to the average that's available to us. We would be significantly below the average, again, so that we can have some water available for the recharge of the groundwater aquifer. Are there any restrictions on water received from Millerton Lake and Pine Flat Dam? And I would say yes. It's a contract. We have water that's available. The Millerton Lake Friant Dam project goes back 50 years to some, as I've been reading the history with the city attorney's office, very contentious lawsuits between the city of Fresno and the United States government on water that we think should belong to us, and they thought it should belong to somebody else, and we've been battling that. But we have 60,000 acre feet, and that is water that we receive from Millerton Lake, again, through a contract with the United States Bureau. That just got redone here recently, thanks to the work of the administration and the Department of Public Utilities. The other contract we have is a conveyance agreement. That was done in 1976, and if you think about that time of period of our history, that was, again, the worst drought in the history of the city up until this one, and this one's going to compete very well with it. And so 3 weeks after I had been here, Gary Serrato and I had met, and one of the things he introduced me to was the concept of we have to redo the conveyance agreement. You currently have a surface water treatment plant. That wasn't accounted for. FMFCD has 88 recharge basins around the city, and it's not quite considered in there. We got to kind of figure out how to manage that. We have the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act we got to deal with. We got the contamination. So there is a commitment on the city's part, on Fresno Irrigation's part, to go ahead and start the process of redoing the conveyance agreement to make it better reflect what we have today. We have surface water treatment. We have the Groundwater Management Act. We have contamination. We have a lot of things. We have our new contract with the Bureau of Rec. We have our friends at FMFCD that have 88 basins around the city. So we need to redo that contract, and so that's in the process. And they've identified a team on their side that they'd like to start working on that, and we'll go ahead and work on our side to identify a team to work on our piece, and that will reflect. Now, the challenge with that is that we have a 40-year agreement in place now that's carried this community pretty well for 40 years. Our challenge is to do the same thing for the people who did for us. Okay, we've got to come up with an agreement that we can carry, 2 generations almost forward, and so that's going to be the challenge. They set a high bar, but I'm confident that we can work with Fresno Irrigation District and ourselves and our other partners to leave what we got left to us, and that has been in use of this community for a long time. What happens if we get additional financial support from the state of California or any other agency? So right now, the financing model is built around $50 million, 2%, 20 years. And so the commitment of the administration, and I think some input from the City Council, Mr. Brandow, Ms. Soria, has been that if we get more dollars from the state or feds that change that financing profile from $50 million to some other number, that would get reflected in a rate reduction accordingly. So the process that the administration would propose would be to, as we bring a contract to you from either the state or the feds, that would indicate money available to the city of Fresno for the water program, that would be accompanied by accepting this agreement for grants, loans, whatever it might be, is then accompanied with, and here is the corresponding rate reduction that goes along with that additional money. So the intent isn't to get free money, or not free money, get money from the state or the feds and then siphon off that other money to do something else. The intent is, if it costs us less, we will charge people less, and that's the commitment we're prepared to make to the council and the community, that's our plan and that's our direction. Are we certain that the Recharge Fresno program will meet the state's requirements with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act? It's really kind of related to question number 3. And so I would tell you right now that, is Cassie here? There she is. Yes, this is Cassie Schwann from the State Water Resource Control Board, district engineer, been our ambassador at the state for the funding package we're kind of looking at, and she's also the one that will participate in our Groundwater Sustainability Act. I can tell you right now, I can't guarantee you that building an 80 MGD water plant is going to keep the state at bay for both our contamination problems and our overdraft problems. I can tell you we will argue and we will debate and we will go to war and do everything we got to do with the help of the Attorney's Office to say that 80 MGD plus our 30 meets the requirements, and just keep moving on and leave us to try and make this thing work with our conservation that we'll do, the recharge that we'll do, the recycled water that we'll bring from the wastewater plant. But it's not to say that the state might not come to us as they look around the region and look at other utilities and communities that might have some challenges. Is there any chance you might consider building something more than 80 MGD or 100 MGD? And again, our commitment is to take care of the issues we have for us, and we will argue with the state that we are meeting our commitments at this level, and that'll be something we'll bring back to you as we start into those negotiations. And the first thing we'll see there is what you'll see is a groundwater sustainability agency will have to be formed. That'll give us a sense of how that will work. And the next thing will be the groundwater sustainability plan. We will present that to you. The 80 MGD plant will be part of that plan. And then that'll go to the state for approval and consideration. And so that's where we will have the fun discussions about it meeting the requirements. So, in summary, we were the compliance stipulations of the settlement agreement. We believe in some instances, we've gone above and beyond what was required both by California state law and the settlement agreement. We really wanted to be a highly visible, multilingual notifications, information access, let everybody know this was happening. This is a big deal. This is a really big deal. We want to make sure everybody's happening. And we want to get a broad reach to all the Fresno property owners and the ratepayers. And Ms. Spence will read some numbers here later that I think will validate that we were very, very successful in getting the word out, that we got a lot of response. And again, I can't thank the citizens of Fresno enough for the efforts they took to participate in this process. So let's talk about next steps, and then we'll conclude. So right now we are in the throes of working with the State Water Resource Control Board and their Division of Finance to see if we can change that $50 million to a bigger number and get the interest rate down to a lower number and get the term pushed out to a bigger number. And hopefully we can bring that back to you soon. Once we get that letter, we will update the financial model to to reflect that additional award from the state. We'll present, once we've done that, we will then be able to recalculate what the rates will be with this additional funding, and we'll present a recommended rate plan for your consideration that incorporates that additional funding. And again, going forward, as we bring contracts to you to execute with the state for either a grant or a loan or the feds, that'll be accompanied with, and this is the impact on the rates that get associated with that. Once we make that adjustments, we will bring back a rate plan for you to consider on the 26th, to consider it adopted, implemented, and then we're still in the process of finalizing the Water Affordability Credit Program, and that's just something we believe we have the structure laid out, the dollars laid out. We just got to work with the Attorney's Office on how do we adopt it, work with the billing, how do we bill it. One of the things on the Water Affordability Credit Program I forgot to mention was that there's two elements to it. One is the city will put $1 million into the program. It's about 17,000 accounts. And the other thing is that we will allow for individual private citizens to make donations on their water bill so that they can contribute as well to the program. And so those are the things we just kind of want to finalize. And how do we make the bill look? How do you get it? How do we receive it? So with that concludes staff's presentation for the Proposition 218. Thank you very, 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 very much for all your support and help. And again, thanks to the community for all the work they did in getting us to this point.
Thank you, Tommy. At this time, I'm going to prepare to go to the audience to take public comment. But before I do that, I wanted to just make sure that I reviewed kind of what we were going to do tonight, because I see we have a few more people that came in. Tonight, we will not be debating the water rate increase. We will only be discussing the process of the 218 process. So on the 26th, February 26th at 5 o'clock, this council will deliberate on whether or not to implement a rate increase should the ballot process not produce enough ballots to stop the process tonight. So I want to be clear. The public will have an opportunity, if your interest here tonight is to influence the council decision on the rate increase. We will be taking up that issue on February 26th at 5 p.m. Tonight, we only are going to be talking about the process of the vote. So with that, I'm going to call speakers up. I have several cards up here. If you did not turn a card in, don't worry. You don't need a card to speak. I will take the cards that are turned in order. If you did not turn a card in but wish to speak, you simply you can turn a card in now, or you can just wait till I'm done with the cards and walk up to the lectern. Our first speaker, and I'm going to call three at a time, so you can all be ready if you like, and we want to get through this process quickly and efficiently. Our first speaker will be Tyler Mackey, followed by Don Winton and Robert Rodriguez. So do I have Tyler Mackey here? Come on down if you...
Good evening. I thank the council for its time and for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'll be changing a little bit of what I had written, considering that we'll have another opportunity at this in a few weeks. But I do come before you to ask you to oppose a water rate increase. As a resident, it will hit me, my neighbors, my friends, and my families in our bank accounts. At a time at which we've just come out of a great economic downturn. As a voter, it somewhat insults me and the democratic process because of the way it circumvents the natural order for passing city taxes and through measures. Rather than adding it to the November ballot, which many people participated in and voted for, alongside Measure Z and the state water bond, this was executed in this special mail-in ballot, which was sent out during the busy holiday season, the week of Christmas. I felt like it was for political reasons, rushed by those who sought it pass with little public dissent, relying on voter apathy in a single-issue ballot. The number 50% seems a bit high, considering only 39.24% of Fresno's registered voters turned out to vote in the actual election. It's these kind of backdoor approaches that I feel threaten to erode the public trust in our local government. And if the people stop believing that the process works, then the process is in fact broken. Nearly 40,000 people, according to the last count, have sent in protest ballots, and that's not a small majority. That's a really important number that deserves attention. The people look to all of you for leadership, which is why we've elected you. And we need you to lead. We need you to look out for us, even sometimes above the city. I understand, as I think do most, that that water is scarce to us. We realize that we need to conserve, and I believe we have. The lawns are dead all summer. People are putting in drought-tolerant gardens. No more kids are running in the sprinklers on a summer day. No one's washing their cars in the driveway. Those little things that made our lives just a little bit more fun. Families, we've shortened showers, but we all have to bathe. We all have to flush toilets. It may not be hard for everybody to pay the water rate increases, but for some, it's going to be a challenge. It should not be the hardworking people who are already cutting back being forced to pay more despite their best efforts to reduce their consumption. This problem of water usage should not be solely the financial burden of the incorporated parcels of Fresno when they're a minority of the actual parcels in Fresno County. And the benefit of this increase will be borne by the incorporated properties in Fresno, while everyone in the county and surrounding counties will reap its benefits. I'm not completely opposed to a rate increase. I'm opposed to this plan and the rapid raise in rates on the city of Fresno. What more can voters do than engage? So I ask, were the nearly 40,000 voices heard? The matter is of great importance, but I believe that mindful governance must be applied as you seek an effective and fair way forward to a crisis that we have long suffered. There is a reasonable solution, and I believe great minds put together will definitely achieve it. But this is
Tyler,
a little politically sneaky and economically disproportionate and rushed.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Dan Winton. And then after that, we will have Robert Rodriguez. Dan Winton. And then after that, we will have Robert Rodriguez. And right before you start, Dan, I want to say something. I just want to do a moment of clarification. You have two, if you were here to obviously discuss the water rate increase, you have two opportunities to do it tonight as well as February 26th. So I wanted to just make sure I'm clear in that. You have two opportunities to discuss this with this body. So Dan, you're up, and speakers, you have, if I didn't mention it, you have 3 minutes, and I would ask that everybody be kind of mindful. We have a lot of speakers, and we want to make sure we get through all of them. Go right ahead, Dan.
Yeah, it's Don. Can I get a copy of this to all of you?
I'm sorry, Don.
Can I get a copy of this to all the council?
You can pass it out to us, sure, but it will not be included in the record.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Honorable Council, protest vote. Where else in the history of our country does no mean no, and apathy, forgetfulness, postal delivery problems, etc. mean yes? And on top of that, you get to write a 2-page argument at taxpayer expense with no chance of rebuttal by your opponent. Then deliver it just before Christmas so people will forget about it. If this is what the democratic process means to you, the next time you run for office, you ought to be willing to let your opponent have all the votes for everyone who doesn't vote. Not that it would matter at that time, because if you vote for this financial boondoggle, you're most likely committing political suicide anyway. In spite of all this, we still managed to get 40,000 protest votes. At 2 or 3 per household, that's more than the number of people total who voted in the last general election. If this doesn't send a message to you, then you need to do a reality check. The way I see it, this isn't about water. It's about money and trust. We don't trust you with our money, and here's why. We've been lied to throughout the whole process. A former city engineer, Martin Curring, told us that the San Joaquin Valley Aquifer is pretty much a bowl underneath the city of Fresno that lets water leak in but not out. Unbelievable. It's more likely that if you put water into the aquifer in Fresno and don't pump it out, that some farmer on the west side will. And guess what, folks? Our 180,000 acre feet are just a drop in the leaky bucket to those guys. I hope they thank us for paying triple so they can water a small percentage of their crops. This same engineer, Martin Curring, told us in a neighborhood meeting that we ratepayers would own all of the equipment and infrastructure. We once owned commercial garbage trucks and still haven't seen our checks from the sale of them. I guess that when it's all too late and this new treatment plant gets sold for 8 cents on the dollar, as the stadium stage did, Lee Brand can say, good riddance to such a fiasco. We'll all still be waiting for our checks while still paying triple or more for our water. There have been a lot of other good ideas that have been financial fiascos. Grizzly Stadium, the Met, a tortilla factory, Granite Park, Palm Lakes Golf Course, just to name a few. Altogether, they don't come close to the debt that we're talking about here. I know that all politicians like to leave a legacy. Don't let yours be that you voted for by far the biggest financial fiasco in the history of the city of Fresno. Just once, I'd like to hear a politician say, my legacy is that I didn't screw over my constituents. If you really want to do something about water, finish what you started. Bring the existing treatment plant to full capacity and expand as necessary at a fraction of the cost. Don't let the mayor convince you that this is the best and only solution. Let her development buddies find their own expansion. She's already shot herself in the foot. Why should you? If you must raise rates, follow the DPU report of 2010, which you paid for and then proceeded to ignore.
Hey, Don, I'm going to give you a couple more seconds, but you're over your time.
What's that?
I'm going to give you a couple more seconds, but you're
okay,
over
I
your
just
time.
got a little bit left, which recommend a 9% increase per year over 5 years. I know that sometimes you need a little slush fund in case the general fund needs another $14 million, no interest, no repayment schedule loan. But come on, 300%? Something else you need to consider since the city loves to take advantage of apathy so much. If you vote this in and we are forced to petition again to put this to a real vote, because of voter apathy, we only need 3,800 signatures rather than the 5,000 we needed before. I hope that none of you have the illusion that we won't be able to do that given the number of protest votes received. Do the right and rational thing. Vote this thing down. Thank you.
So let me make a couple of other. I want to make sure I clarify this again. Thank you, Don. I have Robert Rodriguez. I have Angelo Calasante and Juan Paz coming. But as Robert makes his way to the microphone, I want to clarify once again on the advice of the city attorney our process. So tonight is the official protest hearing, as you are all here for, to protest the proposed rate increase. You have, after this hearing tonight, after we receive all of the public comment, we will close the opportunity to register protest ballots. On February 26th, you will be able to come back again. You can, of course, register objections again on February 26th, but you will not be able to vote beyond today. City Attorney, did I cover that correctly?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So I just want to be very, very clear that that everyone here understands what we're doing tonight. So can I have Robert Rodriguez please come forth? Thank you. And Angelo Colasante.
Good evening. My name is Robert Rodriguez. I'm a homeowner in Southeast Fresno. And, you know, it's almost like we can't separate one from the other in order to talk about this topic. One of the things is that I think it's a good idea because we've had a lot of water shortages in our valley. But one of the things is that the amount of increase that you're proposing. And what you're going to create is you're going to create a hardship in our community, especially when we have a depressed economy where this government has not created or stimulated our economy by creating new jobs in Fresno. And the jobs that are available are minimum wage. And take, for example, myself, you know, I'm getting ready to retire. And one of the things is that I'm looking at that I'm going to be living on a fixed income. I'm thinking about the increase there that's going to be increasing my water rate by close to 80 to 90% of $626 a year at a $52 rate for times 12. And then on top of that, the rates that I'll be paying on top of that. And I'll be living on a fixed income. Many of the people in this community and many of the people in Fresno have not received, even if they have a job, they haven't received a cost of living adjustment. They haven't received a salary increase like myself, like within the last 15 years. Everything in inflation has gone up, and except my salary or my adjustment, and yet everything is going up. Food is going up, our PG&E is going up, and everything seems to be going up except the things that we live on. And many times we have to think about the single mother raising her children and especially seniors that are on a fixed income and people that are low income, the hardship that you will create by this enormous amount of increase that you guys are proposing. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Angelo Colasante. Next, we will have Joan Poss.
Thank you. I'd like to ask council if there's anyone that want to rescind their 3-minute time and add it to my time. I need the extra minutes.
Can't do it. I'm sorry.
All righty. I'll do the best I can.
All right.
When I came here today, there was a little demonstration out front to support the plan. That's all well and good, and I'm for the water increase, and hopefully that you pass and enact the formula that the PG&E has used. They use 4 tiers. That you enact the same plan that PG&E has. People, and I think most of them here, conserve water. They would be at the lower rate. Those people who abuse the water regulations should be charged at the highest rate. When you hit their wallet, they will conserve. We decided to have a water patrol, I think, which is a fine farce and an addition to taxpayer money that's not needed. You have Governor Brown that says there'll be a $500 fine for people who violate water restriction. Fresno decides that's too much. We're going to issue a warning ticket for the first offense, $45 the second offense. Contradiction? What message do we give your constituents? Do we have a water problem? NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, predicts California will have a long, hot summer in 2015 and be one of the driest. It'll be the 4th year in a row. You can put in all the plans and do everything you want to do, but without water from Mother Nature, it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. We have people in my neighborhood that abuse the water restrictions and nothing was ever done. Wake up in the morning and I see water running off the sidewalk down the drain. And I wish somebody would do something about it. Governor Brown says, don't flush your toilet so often. I guess he means if you just urinate a lot. But if you defecate, that's a different story. We set up different contradictions here. We take to the farmer and tell them they have to cut back 25% of their water usage in the farmland. If they don't, they're padlocked. And if they jerry-rig the padlock on their pumps, they're fined $10,000. That was in June of last year. In July, coming up on the 4th of July holiday, we decided that the Kings River was too low for people to go and recreate. What did we do? We released water from Pine Flat Dam to raise the water level at Kings River so people can recreate. What message did you send to the people? They think the drought is all smoke and mirrors. You can't blame them for thinking that. The farmers are the breadbasket of the West and Midwest and some parts of the world.
Sir, your 3 minutes has expired.
Oh, boy.
I know. Sorry about it. Thank you. Next, we have Joan Poss. And just for point of clarity, when you come to the lectern, you'll get a 1-minute yellow button that you can see right there. And when the red button chimes, your time has expired.
I would like to give this to the council members.
Yes, we'll accept it. It will not be as far for the public record, but we will accept it to us.
My name is Joan Poss. I belong to the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, and I have on a T-shirt which is about 5 years old because our local branch has been working on water issues for a really long time. We have had 3 water forums at the city college where none of you were present, and not even the B followed that. So what I really want to talk about is how hard we have worked for the environment. We are a 90-year-old peace organization with Jane Addams, our first president. We have a section of our organization which is called Earth Democracy, and there are a number of us here tonight because we are so concerned about what's happening with our water. I was a WILF delegate to the World Summit on Sustainable Development held in Johannesburg, South Africa, in 2002. At that time, there were two important books that were on display and that were sold, and I bet you anything none of you on this panel know about. One, it was called Blue Gold, which refers to how much our water is really going to be worth, because if we do not have water, we will not live. The other one is Fatal Harvest, and this was published in 2002. I would recommend that all of you at least look at the photos, because this shows what industrial farming does to our land, does to our earth, and does to our water. And so what I would suggest to all of you is to start thinking about networking with all of the people in the community, and especially with CHUF, the university, which teaches unsustainable farming practices to the future farmers of America. 5 years ago, a friend of mine started an organic garden there. The community was involved in it. You could go and buy vegetables there. That is now fallow. The university has chosen not to continue it. I would say that if we really want to get into stop poisoning our water, our earth, and our land, that we can start with educating the public and start with getting the university to cooperate with us. The other thing is school gardens and community gardens. This is the way to teach people to value our land and to value our water. If we don't have water, we're not going to have food. The third thing is that there needs to be a development about water with the urban farmers. They right now can only water once a week the same way as someone who has grass.
Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes are expired. Next we have Ann Carruthers. And after that, we will have Jean Hayes.
Good evening. Thank you.
My
name is Ann Carruthers, and I live at 735 West Bullard Avenue in Fresno. And I, too, am a member of the Earth Democracy Committee of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, the Fresno branch, which is 50 years in operation. Our committee opinion is that Fresno needs a sustainable water policy to accompany the Recharge Fresno plan that will include responsible local water management, smart application of existing technology, and active stakeholder participation in the decision-making process. By designating only $1.1 million to conservation practices, which is really less than 1% of that total of the Recharge plan, the importance of conservation and other water-saving technologies and public education has been minimized. However, a report by the Pan-Pacific Institute indicates that California can save 30% of its current urban water use with cost-effective water-saving solutions. Some examples of successful water conservation include, for example, Palm Desert. They changed the meridians to drought-tolerant plants and used 1/7 as much water on these meridians. The city of Los Angeles mounted an extensive citywide campaign to retrofit homes with low-flow toilets. And it's notable that the city does not use any more water today than it did 30 years ago, even though its population has increased by 1 million residents. That's pretty significant. Also, the cities of Livermore, Pleasanton, Dublin, and San Ramon reduced their consumption of water in 1 year by 25%. Fresno took 5 years to cut its water use by 27%. We urge the city of Fresno to develop an aggressive, comprehensive water conservation program. We urge them to support tight water management policy guidelines at the state and regional levels to prohibit groundwater overdrafting, and we encourage them to grant permits only to developers who install low-flow toilets, shower heads, and drought-tolerant landscaping. Our goal is making Fresno a model conservation city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Jean Hayes. And after Jean, we have Wayne Whitman.
Good evening. Mark Reisner, in his brilliant book Cadillac Desert, said, "In the West, of course, where water is concerned, logic and reason have never figured prominently in the scheme of things. As long as we maintain a civilization in a semi-desert with a desert heart, the yearning to civilize, and my addition, farm, more of it will always be there. We expect to always have water to meet our needs. 80% of our water, however, is used by agricultural. Cities use about 20% of the water statewide on an annual basis. This includes residential and commercial. Water-intensive crops, however, such as almonds and pistachios, suck up more water in our county than other crops, and they are sold primarily to foreign markets. If you live in a semi-desert, the first priority is conserve, conserve, conserve. The city of Fresno's proposal to modify its water plan will cost $429 million over a 5-year period, and yet only $1.1 million will be spent for continued water conservation programs, although we can fudge on that, and some money can come from the state, I understand. It gives me the message, if you build the surface water treatment plant, the water will come, despite the fact that we're in the beginning of a long, long drought. In order for surface water treatment to run, there has to be surface water. You mentioned groundwater contamination as a problem facing the city because of overdrafting. One of the answers to this problem is water conservation. As the water table drops, more and more contaminants are showing up in our supply. The reason? To conserve. Fracking also uses contaminates in huge amounts of the water, although we don't do fracking within our city limits yet. Fracking appears to happen in Fresno County, some not far from the city limits, and our underground water aquifers know no boundaries. You say we're conserving water now per capita usage down per 300 gallons, but this is a figure they arrived at in the year 2000. We can conserve more. If you want to build a new surface water treatment plant, then I suggest you think outside the box. You can Google living machine systems whose water treatment facilities use wetland ecology principles and are built at a fraction of the cost. These systems recycle thousands of gallons of water a day. Everything occurs below a wetland surface. It will cut the price tag of our water treatment plant more than in half. I asked a man today from your department how many acres would be needed for the proposed surface treatment plant, and he didn't know. Is this acreage going to be open to future developers? If the treatment plant is built, will there be any sort of partnership with private companies in its operation? In short, will this be a public-private operation? Any participation by a private company is considered privatization. We know the disastrous effects of what this did in the city of Stockton and Felton. Remember, first and foremost, you can't make plans for water unless it's there.
Thank you.
We are in the midst of a great drought, so cooperate with nature. Don't be in competition with it. We owe it to future generations.
Thank you. Thank you. We will next have Wayne Whitman. And after Wayne, we will have Piran Etazadi. Wayne, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Good evening. I didn't come with prepared notes or anything. I just came down here because I'm concerned about this. I am permanently disabled. I'm on a fixed income. I got a $35 a month raise this year. And my wife is a full-time student at Fresno State. She works 2 part-time jobs to try to help make ends meet. I live about a block and a half from Roding Park, right in the middle of Parkside Bulldog territory. My wife and I have been there for 20 years. We do a lot of outreach, trying to reach the kids there in the neighborhood, take them to church. We do what we can. We have things at our house. I'm concerned about my neighbors, not just myself. In the last 2 months, I've seen 4 of my neighbors have their water shut off because they can't afford the rates that they have now. I'm concerned what this will do to the people that are poor. $25, $30 extra a month is a lot of money to me. It's a lot of money to me. It may not be to some people, but it makes a difference to me. And so I just want you to think about that. Take that in consideration. There are a lot of real people out there that don't have a lot of money. And $25 or $30 a month makes a big difference in their lives. You've heard that food is going up. Luckily, gas has gone down. That has helped. Gasoline, but my PG&E it's like 50% higher than it was before. I'm paying more for everything, and we're just barely getting by. And so I just want you guys to, keep that in mind as you make these decisions. That there are real people out there like me that $25 or $30 a month makes a big deal. So thank you. I know this is a serious issue, and I understand that. We need to do something about the water and the lack of water we have here. And I understand that you guys have a big task ahead of you, and it's going to be a hard one. So think hard. We need you to make a good decision for all of us. And so you guys are continually in our prayers. We pray for the council. We pray for the mayor. We pray for all of our government leaders. And so thank you for your time. I appreciate this meeting, and thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Piran Etazadi. Piran Etazadi, if I'm saying that right. Okay. Next, we will have Mary Murphy. And after that, we will have Dr. Hartunian. Mary Murphy, are you here? Okay.
Good evening, members of the City Council and my fellow residents of Fresno, with very thoughtful presentations. You're listening to us, and we're concerned, some of us about water rates, some of us about water usage and conservation. And I'm here with a number of other of us with Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, concerned that what you're proposing to do is not going to fix the problem. We're asking you to look at the bigger issues and not just the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and whether Fresno complies with it or not. We're asking you to help lead us and Fresno to become a model city in conservation and not tell us how good we're doing, because we managed in 5 years to decrease water usage 27% when northern communities achieved that same goal in 1 year. We ask you to treat us as people who can be educated, but people who can also educate you. Water conservation is a very important part of what we ask you to do. And the $1.1 million that you're proposing to use is not even part of your grant package. I mean, part of your loan package. It's a grant, oh, by the way, for 5 years. I hear around, just listening to what Tomas Esqueda, forgive me if I've got his last name wrong, said that clearly there are some other water conservation plans probably in the works, but please involve us and let us participate in retrofitting all the toilets, just the way Los Angeles has done. Let us participate in reducing showerhead flow. Let us help you to understand that we understand the trouble we're in between rocks and hard spots with the depletion of the groundwater, and wanting a solution, though, that doesn't just claim that a surface treatment plant relying on the water that might not come is not a feasible total package. So we're asking you to participate in something bigger, and the position paper that Wilf presented to you that is now not part of the public record because you failed to put it in your public notice that we needed to provide it 24 hours ahead of time. We will ask in some fashion that it be put in the public record because I don't have but 12 more seconds. Because we're asking you to participate in Fresno and state and regionally collaborating with all the other entities that need to be worked with in order to change California attitudes to how to use and conserve water for our and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Hartunian. And after that, we will have Jerry Heron.
Good evening, council members. I am in favor of this project, this proposal, and I would hope that you would spend the money wisely. A previous speaker stated that we do not trust you with our money. I speak for those of us who do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jerry Heron, and after that, we will have Lee Mellenberger.
Yes, I just wanted to say I protest and object to the proposed water rate increase due to the incompetence and mismanagement, misallocation of food, funds, and taxes perpetrated by known previous government historical deceptions of actual cost to most government proposed water planning and allotment changes. I believe the allocation of proposed funds to be used will also subsidize other government programs that taxpayers are not made aware of, nor do they vote on. I do not believe in the premise that by building a water treatment plant, rebuilding our water infrastructure, and putting pipelines to the mountains will solve our water needs without building at least 2 water reservoirs in our mountains to supply Fresno County water needs. All other city and county water models are stupid and irrelevant and have a total waste of taxpayer dollars and a gouging of pocketbooks of poor and all-income households. This water plan is another boondoggle, just like the high-speed rail, that has incipient hidden costs causing other budgeting and other inflationary actual costs and will not solve the problem of availability of water. I do not trust you as government leaders to have our best interests at heart. Corporate interests dominate this water plan. Thank you.
Next we have Lee Mellenberger. Lee Mellenberger. Next we have, is Lee here? Okay. Next we have Doug Vagum, and then we will have Linda Coda.
Photo up at all or no? No way, this is no scanner. Thank you. Let's see. Can I lift this up, Mr. President?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I tell you, you got to speak in this mic. It doesn't go anywhere. Thank you. Mr. President, the members of the council, I welcome you, Esmeralda. It's good to have a fresh face on the council because all input is new to you and probably old to these guys. So I'm Doug Vagum, City of Fresno, and I just want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak here, Mr. President. I even though Mr. Escueda did cover the whole gamut of what we're talking about, I understand and will take to heart your admonition for us not to go too far. But I do want to just, first of all, cite in our settlement agreement that we all agreed to, that the city signed off with, and I signed off, and the other members of my group that had the ability to sign up a settlement said that the following: the city commits that it will seek the most efficient and equitable legal funding mechanisms for any new water projects to minimize cost increases or to reduce costs to the ratepayers, including pursuit of the most efficient means to save on infrastructure costs. So, Mr. Brandow, I think that goes to your last discussion that you had with the public, and I appreciate that. I just want to point out that this process, all in all, has been invigorating, and we all agreed to a new noticing process, and I think it's worked. And I hope we set a model for the state of California. The fact that the people participated to the degree of about 400 protests in 2013, and they're probably going to approach close to 40,000 this time, says a lot about the process in and of itself. But unfortunately, and you'll have to believe me, we did not do a campaign. We did not go out and hit the streets like you would a normal campaign, or knock on doors, or do phone banks. I purposely let the public talk to itself. We could have probably got to 66,000. But I thought it would be more important to let the public talk, and they did. But I am concerned that you have some ballots in there that you're not going to count. You have 1,500 ballots that are as clean as the devil but don't have a check mark, that have a signature by somebody who forgot. And your response to that is, we don't know what their intent was. Look, they could only mail it with the intent to say no to these rates, and you want to take that box and say they didn't check it. Please count those as a protest. I think it's very important. And I do believe when we come back, when you guys start shopping around what size this is, if you do allow this protest to be validated as insufficient, then you will have a rate set up here. You don't need to have those rates set up here to bring a project in way underneath what those rates are being set at. And remember, any state money you have will not be able to be paid those private bonds that you sell. No private bonds can be subvented by state money. We, the public, are going to have to pay those hundreds of millions of dollars of bonds that you plan to go sell.
Thank you, Mr. Vega.
Don't need the East Side Project. Finish what you started up north, and it solves all our problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will have Linda Coda. Linda Coda. After Linda, we will have Ernie Lewis. Are you Linda?
Yes,
okay.
Linda Cotta. I live at 2308 East Fur, Northeast Fresno, Councilman Brand's District 6. Thank you for letting me speak, but as I'm sure you've all heard, I'm very sick, and I would respectfully ask, I agree with Mr. Vegam's opinions. Could he speak for me, please?
No.
Okay, well, I feel that the new ratepayers and the new developers pay a bigger portion of this treatment plant that you're proposing. I understand it's not just your council, but 2, 3, 4 before you have let sprawl go completely all over Fresno, the northeast, and now it's going to be the southeast, over by Sunnyside. 10,000 more people and a big new river park by Mr. Cashin's development. Those people need to pay a bigger share. I'm going to be retiring next year. I worked 8 years for the city, and out of 8 years, I'm getting less than $500 a month for 8 years' work. And so us retirees, we can't afford higher rates. And I think you all ought to think about developers paying their way. Out by Willow, where I live, the city has never improved the street from Herndon all the way out. Clovis has their side fixed. It's just an example of all the projects that are just boondoggles. All the money wasted over years of the Met and all these things. I see this water treatment plant as another example. You're going to start it, probably not finish it. Taxpayers going to be left holding the bag again. And the new people, the new whole city out there by Sunnyside, they need to pay their own way. Thank you.
Next, we will have Ernie Lewis. And after Ernie, we will have Jerry Bill. Okay, are you you're Ernie? Okay. Next we have Jerry Bill.
Yes, Jerry Bill, resident of Fresno for 45 years. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council 3 weeks before you actually make the decision, because that will give you time to think about these things and maybe even research some of the things that you're going to hear tonight. There's been talk about water conservation, which I want to support, and there's also been talk about how do we pay for any expansion that is needed. And I am concerned that too much burden is going to be placed on the low-income residents of Fresno. So yes, a plan that would allow for lower rates based on income is not a bad idea, but that requires a certain amount of person applying and some bureaucracy to verify and all of that. There's a simpler way to accomplish that and also help us accomplish conservation, which is tiered water rates, which is a policy that's used by many other cities in the state of California. If you have a basic lifeline amount that will support any, the water needs of a family at a low rate, that takes care of the low-income people and really everybody that doesn't use excess water. The reason we are going to have to expand our water plants and so on is to supply water to the people who are using too much, more than their share. People that are having, golf course-sized lawns and so on. Urban sprawl development in the southeast. Urban sprawl uses way more water than infill does. If we make urban sprawl too expensive through higher development fees, that will encourage more infill and less water use, because infill does use a lot less water, smaller less landscaping and other efficiencies. So I'm proposing that you seriously consider implementing a tiered water rate system like we have with PG&E, so that everybody gets a lifeline amount at low cost. People who use more than that pay more. If they use way more than that, they pay way more. Not just way more, but way more per gallon. And that is a strong encouragement to conservation, in addition to other things that you should be considering, like rebates for gray water installation and things of that sort. And the other thing I want to affirm is that developers are not paying their fair share for what the new development that's going to occur, their share of the water plant. The reason we are putting in a water plant, and nobody will say this openly, but it's to support that southeast sprawl development. Make the southeast sprawl development pay for the plant, and then not so much of a burden falls on existing ratepayers. And those are my thoughts, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Nancy Waitlow. And after Nancy, we'll have Martha Zarate.
Good evening. I want to second everything that Jerry Bill just said. If you attended the water forums, which I attended all 4 of them, and Jerry also did, you saw us there. And I learned a lot. I didn't feel like what I said was listened to, even though I said it, I only spoke at 3 out of the 4, but I wrote down my thoughts every time, and my phone number and everything, it's all there. Somebody could have contacted me or something and said, what is this gray water you kept talking about? Only one time was there a little bit of response from the city, and that said, oh, we might be getting into further trouble with something like that. Well, please, please, please educate yourselves on all of these possibilities that really could help us now. And the problem is, we don't have enough water with the drought. We've been overdrafting all this time, without thinking there would ever be a problem. And now we're smack dab in the problem. And it shouldn't be on the backs of the poor people in Fresno. You've seen me talk to you before on behalf of the homeless. I know you don't want any more people to become homeless. But what did you just hear? You heard a lot of really, really good stuff here today. You should be proud of your city, citizens, residents, for speaking like they have today. I was proud of them. And that makes me come to the point where I forget what I was talking about because I diverted so much. Okay, gray water hasn't been looked into or, put out there enough. There are composting toilets even that don't use any water. We don't have to be way behind. We could, for a change, be ahead and really do this well. Oh, I was going to say that one thing I learned was how little water some Californians use. And how do they do it? We need to look into that and do this right. Okay, I got my ballot during the time when everything was just all over the place, right? And when I finally found it, when I realized I thought I hadn't gotten a ballot, I saw that it just said on the outside, important information about your rates. That doesn't say there's a ballot inside, that you need to save this and look at it and take care of it and do something with it. I'm sure a lot of people that went away, without them even knowing it was there. I heard of one person who said, I'm against it, so I threw it away. This was not a good procedure. It was not a good process.
Thank you, Nancy.
The forums, the same people mostly came.
Thank you.
The same things were said.
Right. Thank you.
Let's do it better.
Next, we have Martha Zarate. Martha Zarate, maybe? Martha Zarate. Next, we have Laura, and I can't pronounce your last name, but you live at 5152 East Jensen. Lauro.
Yes, that's correct. Lauro Garduño Platas Jr.
All right, my apologies.
No, it's fine. Not the first time. Happens. Anyway, I just wanted to say, I'm a born citizen of the United States of America, and I was raised in the Southeast, District 5. And we live in a county island. From District 4 County, District 5. We're in the limbo. And ever before, we have been allowed to vote, even though we get resources from Fresno, but we haven't been allowed to vote. Okay. In 2012, there was a bill passed. Governor Brown signed it, gave $8 million to clean underground water due to the reason for nitrates coming from septic tanks. And we live in a neighborhood where we have still septic tanks. And the majority of them are not in operation anymore. We have the sewer lines that run from the city just a block down Peach and Jensen. However, we haven't been able to get help from the city, the county, or the Kings River, which we pay annually to the Kings River for the maintenance of the underground water that we use from the river, because we do have our own wells as well. Okay, across the street on Jensen, 10,000 homes were built, 5 wells built, 500 feet each, lower water table, and we're contaminating that water with nitrates. And that water is being given to the citizens of the city. And none of this has been touched nor cleaned. Now we understand there's no longer $8 million that has been paid out for lawsuits. And this is America. But we're living like in a third world country. Why? Because we're low income. We got social status that's lower. We're not being recognized like citizens of Fresno and being able to vote our opinions. And we are taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Diane Smith, and then we will have Diane Merrill, followed by Kenneth Crosby. So Diane Smith, Diane Merrill, followed by Kenneth Crosby.
My name is Diane Smith. I live in Southwest Fresno, and I'm a member of HEAT for Southwest Fresno. The reason I'm here tonight is because I am very proud of all the people that have come and spoke out. It's been very difficult to make the city do what they need to do. What's been going on for years needs to stop. The conversation about this water issue was that the can was kicked down the road for 25 years because nobody wanted to mess up their political position. Now it's coming back to haunt us and our children, and that's not fair. When we elect you, we expect you to look at what your citizens need and to take care of that. We don't expect to have things shoved down our throats and given no opportunity to say that's not right. We're saying it's not right, but nobody's listening to us. There's got to be a better way to do it. We're not saying it doesn't need to be done. We're not saying that Sacramento isn't going to pass some new laws that says that what wasn't contaminated last year is contaminated this year and it needs to be cleaned up. We're not saying none of that is true. What we're saying is there's got to be a better way to do it without breaking the backs of the citizens that have been doing this for a long time. Senior citizens, low-income people, people on disability, all of those people aren't getting much of a break. A lot of them haven't seen a COLA in years, and if they get a COLA, it's taken as part of a premium for something else. My mother lives with me. She's 86 years old. If she had to live on her own with her Social Security, she couldn't make it. She couldn't pay her water bill, her medical bills, and anything else that she needed to do without getting rid of something. You can't live without water, so you have to give up something else. What do you expect them to give up? Their medicine because it's too expensive? You're going to give up their food and go back to times when they said seniors were eating cat food because they couldn't afford to pay for their own food because of no money? I think you guys have an obligation to really look at this seriously and come up with some better solutions than making our rates go up in 5 years 50%. When the water issue came up and there was a petition that was going around, most of the people that I talked to after that said, why isn't it on the ballot? They didn't want a compromise, but what they didn't know was what was going on behind closed doors, things that they didn't have privy to. When you're trying to fight the city, you got to have deep pockets. Not everybody has those. So we do the best we can with what we have. And so some things were done, some things didn't get done. City made promises to do certain things. Not all of them were met. But right here, right now, you need to look at doing what's best for the citizens of this city. We have been messed over for years, and it's time that it stopped. Because if it doesn't stop, somehow we're going to stop the money coming in. Thank you.
Next, we have Diane Merrill, and after Diane, we have Kenneth Crosby.
Okay. I'm a board member with the League of Women Voters of Fresno and also a resident of the city of Fresno. And the League of Women Voters has been studying local water issues since 2013. And a couple of issues that we identified that are really critical local issues are groundwater overdraft and water contamination, nitrates and 123 TCP. And we're in support of this water plan that the city has because it goes a long way to address problems with both the overdraft and the 123 TCP problems. The state is very close to adopting regulations for 123 TCP. This is a contaminant that was declared cancer-causing by the state in 1999, and now it has shown up in our water supplies in what I understand is 80 wells in the city of Fresno. So it's important to address this. And also the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act of 2014. In the last couple of days, I've been to several workshops on this act, and it is going to be quite a stretch for our area to come up with plans to address serious groundwater overdraft. And so being able to fully or more fully utilize our rights, existing rights that the city has to Kings and San Joaquin River water is really important to us meeting those regulations, which are becoming in effect. Okay, so I'm done.
You have 1 minute.
1 minute, okay. And we're encouraged that the city is also talking to the state about potential ways to lower the cost of this project through grants, low cost or no cost loans. And we're also encouraged that the city is exploring ways to lessen the impact on low income residents through funding from grants, foundations, donations, or whatever ways can be found to address that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Kenneth Crosby. Following Kenneth Crosby, we have Gladys Denise, and then Laura Whitehouse.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm a lifelong Fresno resident. Everyone needs to be willing to pay for what it costs to get a glass of water. I'm certainly willing to pay for my glass. I've already paid for my 50-year-old neighborhood well and pipes. It's not right to charge me more for my glass to subsidize a glass of water for a newcomer. And it sure as heck is wrong to ask me to go into debt, take out a 20-year loan, to buy a glass of water for someone who doesn't even live here yet. Water is a very serious issue. It's a life and death commodity. That's why you get people's attention on this. The next 100,000 people who move here can buy their own water. The newcomers should pay a much higher rate than the longtime residents. Older neighborhoods would gain increased property value from lower rates. Everyone needs to pay for what their water costs. New neighborhoods should pay a higher rate to bring new water. You can do it. Future residents aren't voting.
Gladys Denise, and then we have Laura Whitehouse.
Council President, council members, thank you. As a member of the Utility Advisory Committee, I just want to thank our Department of Utilities for this fine plan. They have worked extremely hard to bring down the cost to the lowest possible amount that will still provide the necessary infrastructure, the necessary amount that it will cost. It's not like we are trying to burden the ratepayers. However, I do feel that the extension of time has not been without a cost. We've spent a year debating and listening, trying to implement all of the requests that have been made by the citizens. And that year-long delay, I've heard, has cost us probably $8 million extra for additional construction costs, for additional interest charges. And this is an additional burden we're going to have to implement for our low-income ratepayers. It's not fair to them. This city has a responsibility to provide the necessary infrastructure to deliver water to every citizen. The northeast plant and the southeast plant need to come online to provide a sustainable network. We can no longer rely on groundwater. Citizens you've just heard have told you the same thing. The new wells are contaminated. The old wells are going to be contaminated. The new laws are going to put stricter restrictions. We don't have the type of filters needed to go to that degree of siphoning off those type of contaminants. The city has the plan at the lowest cost that will allow us to continue to provide water to our citizens. It's really quite disheartening for people to say that somehow this southeast plant is going to be tied to development and the southeast water goes to southeast development. That is ridiculous as saying our northeast plant only provides water to our northeast residents. Those surface water treatment plants provide water to our network. that provides water to our citizens. This is an issue that we can no longer delay. We need to bring this plan and implement it immediately. Thank you.
Next, we have Laura Whitehouse, followed by J.D. McCubbin.
Good evening. I was the chair of the Utility Advisory Committee, and I started with that group in 2009. So we've been working on this for quite a long time. And back in 2011, after 2 years of work, the city council agreed that we needed to do something, and that it was time to move forward. And it has been delayed repeatedly. And if we do not do something as the city of Fresno, then the state, well, you guys know this, the state's going to come in and tell us what we have to do. So I think that after years of delay, we've finally come up with a plan. Not everybody is happy with it, but right now I think it's our best option. If we delay it any further, it's only going to get worse. So I'm hopeful that you guys are going to get the support you need. The one thing, a lot of folks are concerned about, the low-income folks, those that are disabled, we have a plan. There's a plan in place for those who are unable to pay. So I just hope that people will understand that this is something we have to do, and if we don't, the state of California is going to come in and give us some help. Thank you.
Next, we have J.D. McCubbin, followed by Howard Watkins.
Good evening. I'm going to try to speak relevantly to your request to speak to the process. I went into this knowing more than the average person does about groundwater, because when I worked, I had something to do with getting the new Malones Dam built, and I spent 13 years dealing with the city of Tucson's industrial wastewater treatment. So I understand about groundwater and regional aquifer movements. I thought the forms were deficient because they didn't set the problem in context. They examined this as a very limited part of a problem. Mr. Esqueda, who I thought did a great job in his presentation, invited questions. I sent in about 20. I got about 15 of them answered, which is pretty good. I appeared at the last council meeting that you addressed this and suggested that it might be appropriate to look at a recycle plant, and that was kind of blown away as not part of this, and putting in a third pipe so you can do urban watering with recycled water. I didn't hear any information, PSAs, about the protest process. I listened to 3 radio stations. I didn't hear one. So the self-congratulatory thing that this was wonderful and everybody was informed, I think, is overly generous assumption. But that's not what I'm here about tonight. You guys are about to vote on something that I think is going to run more than $500 million. And I think the process is deficient because I was up at Shaver last Wednesday. There was no snow. This is January. No snow. 5,000 feet, no snow. You could see it up at the top of Tamarack Ridge, and it was brown all the way up there. That's 7,000 feet. The snow survey says that we're down about 88% of the snowfall, and that's where all the water comes from. In the pardon me. In the presentation tonight, Mr. Esqueda talked about the 2 drought periods, which linguistically assume temporariness. What if this is a shift, not a drought, but a shift in your water supply, and you're down to 20% of the long-term historical average? You guys want to go ahead and spend $500 million without examining that issue? And I would suggest you need a legal opinion whether your documents have sufficiently addressed the problem of climate shift, changing the long-term averages dramatically downward in terms of waterfall and snowpack in the Sierras. I think you're rushing on this for $500 million.
Next, we have Howard Watkins, followed by Martin McIntyre.
Council President, members of the council, Howard Watkins, a long-term resident of the city of Fresno. Echoing on the last comments, this whole plan assumes that the city will have access to water to treat. And what are you going to do when you don't have enough water to treat? And the way things are going, I assume the city's early in on entitlements to the Kings River water. I don't know where the city falls with that. But what are you going to do if you don't have the water entitlement to use? How are you going to meet the needs? And I raise that. It's not likely, but it's definitely on the table. It's not an unrealistic possibility. Climate change is real. It's human caused primarily, and hope everybody in the council agrees with that. But I want to speak to the water conservation side. My wife and I took out our backyard lawn and planted shrubberies when we moved into the house we're in now. And in the front lawns, we took that out 3 years ago and planted an urban woodland landscape, which uses basically drip irrigation, significantly reducing our water consumption. 3 of our neighbors within a 4-block area have taken out their lawn. Everybody else has lawns, and they keep it green. And you know, as I drive around the city, the homes that do not have green lawns, I think the number one isn't landscape, it's boarded up homes and foreclosed homes. And I think the city needs to adopt some conservation plan, far more than $1 million or whatever is in the current budget for it, to encourage further homeowners to take out their lawns. It is, I believe, the largest single consumption of water in residential use. I may be wrong on that. I'm not a geologist, but I believe that's my understanding. And people still keep their lawns green. One of the things, maybe the hardware stores, Lowe's, Orchard, Home Depot, Ace, and others might do 10% discounts if you bring in your water bill. The city has a really excellent but unfortunately underfunded program for water conservation. And I think despite their best efforts, most folks don't know about it, don't participate in it. And expanding that program should reduce the water consumption. And I think that's something that needs to be really pushed by the city and the city council. Thank you.
Next, we have Martin McIntyre, followed by Lauren Harding.
Mr. President, members of the council, Martin McIntyre, 3244 West Fremont, Fresno. I am the general manager for the San Luis Water District. I have approximately 30 years experience managing water resources for both urban and agricultural communities. I have learned a couple things over that period of time, most notably that a safe, reliable water supply is the lifeblood of every community. Without that asset, you can't have healthy families, you can't have a vibrant economy. The good news is that Fresno has adequate water resources. They're the envy of many communities around the state. I participate in forums up and down the valley, and there are communities in dire straits. No amount of investment can create water. What Fresno is lacking is adequate infrastructure to make best use of those water resources. I attended all 4 of the forums, and I was struck by a couple things. One, the earnest and noticeable passion among the people that attended, whether they were in support or in opposition. I also noted an extraordinary amount of misunderstanding, in some cases disinformation. In the end, though, it seems to me that your choice, bit of an oversimplification, is relatively simple. You're either going to deny these increases, shelve the projects and the plans associated with them, in which case you're almost certain to experience in the community some diminished property values, disruption of the economy, public health and safety violation notices, and ultimately, as you have heard, the state intervening and directing you what to do. On the other hand, you can vote in support of these projects, and you can ensure Fresno has a reliable water supply for decades to come. I applaud the mayor and the council for getting this process to this point. I urge all of you to stand together in support of these projects and a safe, reliable supply for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lauren Harding, followed by Dallas Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Lauren Harding, 3411 West Browning in Fresno. I've flooded you with emails, long, detailed emails. You're probably all sick of reading them by now. This has been going on for at least 2 years. Detailed information. I know you all read that. KCBS says Santa Clara Valley is putting new limits on water because the water's not getting to the Delta. It's not coming down the San Joaquin River. It's not coming out of the snowpack. State of California is proposing to keep the salt water out of the Delta by closing off 3 channels, putting rock walls into the Delta. So we have a very serious thing here. I sent you an email, an article from Los Alamos National Lab. They're talking about less snowpack, which is what Stanford's Noah Diffenbos said in 2002 in a report. Also, you'll get more evapotranspiration from surface water and more transpiration from plants as temperatures rise. The point of all that is, we're going to have less water coming out of those mountains, out of snowpack. It's going to, whatever lands will land as water and be back in the ocean by March. I send all these emails, of course, to Noah Diffenbaugh and Chris Field at Stanford, John Hennessy, president of Stanford, president of the United States, all that, Governor Brown through Dan Richard. So you're getting lots of exposure. The whole world is watching. It's not like we're down here on the east side of the valley. It's 1950 and we can do whatever we want to. You can't. You've become a poster child for irresponsible government with this water gouging. My plan, freeze all work on the proposed southeast surface water treatment plant, cut the landscaping back from 12 hours a day back to probably 6 or 3. Start replacing leaking water mains. Double the northeast plant. It costs $90 million instead of the fabulous amount the other one would cost. Cut way back on your proposed increase in population, your residential development. You admit to 250,000 more people in Fresno, and it might be 450. So cut back on that. We can't do it. And start building more ponding basins. I say 200 more acres of ponding basins would probably do it. So we're not saying don't do anything. The previous speaker said, oh, well, if you don't pass the rate hikes, you'll abandon all the plan. No, we've given you an alternative plan that would cost about half as much. It would recover the aquifer, and it makes more sense. It's just more fair. I think your plan is to enable huge population growth to enrich some developers, as you know by reading my many emails. That's what we suspect. So, okay, thank you very much.
Next, we will have Dallas Thiessen, followed by Cassie Chuahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the City Council. My name is Dallas Thiessen. I'm here on behalf of the Fresno County Taxpayers Association. We are a nonpartisan taxpayers association group that represents the taxpayers of Fresno County.
Can you step a little bit more into the mic?
We have evaluated the proposed water plan, and the Fresno County Taxpayers Association is in support of the plan as proposed for several reasons. First, Fresno cannot miss the opportunity to take advantage of current contracts that are water contracts that are in place that we are currently not taking advantage of. And this plan will allow us to do that. Secondly, the deferred maintenance on Fresno's water infrastructure can no longer be ignored. We have to maintain the infrastructure of our water system to ensure a safe, reliable drinking water for decades to come. And lastly, we understand that water rates are always a sensitive issue. However, we believe that the temporary pain suffered from the increased water rates now will be outweighed by the long-term benefits of this plan in supplying the city of Fresno clean, reliable water source for generations. Thank you.
Next we have Cassie, and you're going to have to help me with the how to pronounce
Got it close, but not quite. It's Chahan.
Okay, Chahan. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Cassie Chahan. I'm with the State Water Resources Control Board, Division of Drinking Water. And I just, as being a representative of the state, I wanted to just emphasize or collaborate with some of the comments that were made by the city in terms of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. We know that the state is experiencing unprecedented drought conditions, which have impacted many water systems statewide. And because of that, the governor's taken action and put into place legislation to disallow us to continue the way we've always maintained and operated our groundwater sources and managed our groundwater basins. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act became effective in January 2015 and requires systems to demonstrate that balance that we talked about between what is pumped out and what is recharged. And the state is working on coming up with criteria, and there are deadlines in place. So the time is now to act and get in compliance with these regulations. And the hope is that the city will do that on their own, that the state doesn't have to step in. That's always the hope. One way to do that is for the city to take advantage of the surface water supply that people have mentioned that is available, which really puts the city in a unique situation in that they do have surface water available that they're not utilizing. And as Martin said, they are the envy of a lot of water systems statewide. The need for the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Plant is further increased with the upcoming changes in the regulation of drinking water. The next regulation package to be developed is going to be the MCL for 123 TCP. We don't know what that MCL is going to be, but we know it's coming, and we know that it's going to significantly impact the source of supply for the city of Fresno. The state's concerned. We support the city in their efforts and their Recharge Fresno plan. What does that mean, though, for the city in terms of if we have systems or sources that are out of compliance with the regulation? You have a loss of production capacity. If the source continues to be used, you have to provide public notification every quarter to your residents stating that the water being supplied that they're paying for does not meet drinking water standards and is known to cause cancer. I don't think that's a position that the city wants to be in, and we certainly don't want, as a state, the city to be in that position. The Division of Financial Assistance through the State Water Resources Control Board does have financing available, and we are working closely with the city to maximize that opportunity. And the one thing associated with that funding is the rates have to be established such that you can demonstrate that you can afford to pay for the project and the long-term operation and maintenance of those facilities. So thank you, and if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Thanks.
Thank you. Next we have Stephanie Frederick. Stephanie Frederick.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Stephanie Frederick. I'm a resident of the city of Fresno. The city has developed a plan that will rescue our aquifer from overdraft and contamination. It's a good plan. I believe the outreach has been methodical and fair. I think we should develop tiered rates, intense conservation plans, and appropriate development fees. But in the meantime, we need the plan that you have developed. I'm proud to support it, and I'm proud of all the Fresnans who are supporting it too. Thank you very much.
Next we have Dave Herb.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Dave Herb. I live at 3263 East Huntington Boulevard in beautiful downtown Fresno, and I bring 40 years of experience in both city and county planning in the Central Valley with me to this issue. I, too, am proud to say that I attended all of the public workshops that the city held in this area, and I found them to be very informative and very thorough. I listened to all the presentations with, frankly, a critical ear, and all but one of my questions, one of the audience's questions, were adequately answered at those workshops. At the very last workshop, a person stood up and noted some of the information that had been shared earlier and demanded to know why this plan, which had been outlined 25 years ago, hadn't been implemented back then when it could have been paid for at a fraction of the cost. If it had been done 10 years ago, it would have cost us half what we are now required to pay. If it had been done 25 years ago, it could have been done for 1/3 of what we are now being asked to pay. Staff was too polite to answer that question bluntly. But I think after listening to some of the testimony here tonight, it's obvious why that hasn't happened. I hope we don't make the second mistake, or the same mistake again. Does anybody here really think this issue is going to go away, or the solution is going to become less expensive in the next 10 years? Please do not delay. We need a reliable source of water. It is an existential issue, and there are going to be communities in the Central Valley who are going to dry up and blow away in the next 10 years, and they're going to wish they had such an easy solution to such an important issue. Thank you.
Next we have Robert Merrill. Robert Merrill.
Yes, my name is Robert Merrill. I am a member of Lee Brands Council District. I'm here representing myself, but I'm also speaking as an expert in water and geological issues. I'm here to support the plan. It's long overdue. The city's problem is because for the past 40 years, council members that have sat on your dais have voted against or have been afraid to vote anything about, especially going back to water meters in the mid-'70s when I arrived. There were notices dropped off on people's door to reject particular individuals that were running for council seats. Let me give that piece of history, because that's when this really began, at least when I first noticed the problems. Fresno needs this water plan to use its surface water allocation from the two rivers to decrease our existing groundwater overdraft, while it's equally important is the need to allocate sufficient funds to maintain and improve what for too long we've neglected in the downtown water infrastructure. One of the major problems that has brought about this, added to the lack of city council leadership in the past, not you folks, but the ones in the past, is because we've allowed urban sprawl. We have undercharged developers with their fees. Other cities in this valley charge far more, and some of them are beginning to balance their water supply because they've been sued by water districts. You might want to take advantage of that knowledge going on and elsewhere. It's also time, I believe, to establish tiered rates. There are a few other cities in the state and elsewhere that have those. That would help low-income folks and would also help would charge those individuals that have overwatered their lawns, have water running down the street, and so on. The high water users need to pay more per gallon than those of us that are working hard on conservation. Climate change, which is human-caused, will impact our surface water supply and into the future. Therefore, we need more recharge basins as part of this plan, which are there, and we need to put in even more, because that could be a savings account for drought years to get us through those tough times. If you fail to do that, you're going to have even rougher times and ongoing droughts. Lastly, I want to address, I've heard in the news media that there's at least one of you that for some reason is of the opinion that he doesn't want to vote on this issue. Let me remind that individual that all of you were elected, and especially that member was elected to serve this city. And if Mr. Brandow would pay attention to this, because this is his issue, okay? You need to vote on this issue because your district elected you to serve this city.
Please address your comments to me, sir.
Problem. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Those are all of the cards that I have. If you would like to comment on this item, you may come down at this time and just come to the lectern and state your name and address for the record. If you have not already spoken, I should say.
Up there, but my name is Jerry Canoyer, and I have not given this maybe as much thought as everyone else has, but I am familiar with water treatment, and I just wanted to say regarding the proposed changes to the rates, fees, and charges for public water service to the city of Fresno. Thank you for all of your hard work. I know that it's a massive, massive undertaking. There is not one of us, though, who has not contributed to the pollution of our water. Even those of us who try to keep it clean and conserve it. I appreciate having it. The less polluted, the better. Might I suggest to you that by the time you reach fiscal year 2018, that the projected cost based on your assumptions and estimates, which I could not find online, may actually cost more than your projections, simply because that is the nature of these things. I did happen to see a DWR charge on my PG&E bill, an amount unbeknownst to me. It just said that there were charges. And I wanted to know if there are grants and government monies that can also be of help. It is mind-boggling to read the list of chemicals and pharmaceuticals that cause cancer that are in our water. And then there are the drugs used to treat cancer that also cause cancer in our water. Every year or so, over the past several years, I have looked at our city's water quality results, and it has always bothered me that I can never see a current water analysis. Right this moment, only the 2013 water quality report is available online. This is 2015. I am protesting the proposed rate increase because I never have current access to groundwater information from the required local agencies who are supposed to monitor and publish this information, which I believe is the intent of Senate Bill 6 of November 09. Please, I see I can't continue. I do have a letter that I turned in to the city clerk, and then I have one extra.
You can leave it with Todd there. Thank you. Do we have any other comments from the public?
Hi, this is one of my first times here. My name is Beth Wyman. I'm a professor at Fresno State, and I have the pleasure of being in Fresno. I'm just here a couple of years, and I was hired to help Fresno with the water and help expand our understanding of Fresno's water. And I come from New York. The East Coast of the U.S. is very different than the West Coast. We don't have water here. And in looking at, and I hope you guys do this, if you look online at what people across the nation pay for their water, people in Fresno pay very little. And as much of a burden as that is, that might be a burden, when you guys are looking at the costs and how to pay for the water upgrades that we do need better management of the water, and we have a lot of resources and great ideas of how to do that here, and this is one very possible good plan. I would caution you guys to look at what other people pay and what is a suitable price to bear for people paying for their water. People don't pay too much for their water here. All right. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right. Seeing none, I will bring this matter back to the dais, and I will close the public portion of the protest. City Attorney, can you kind of clarify that for us at this point?
Yes, at this point, the public comment period on the protest process is complete, and no more protest ballots may be turned in.
All right, no more protest ballots can be turned in. We have closed this portion of the protest. At this time, we're going to allow, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. We're going to allow the city clerk to tabulate the remaining ballots, and then we will come back out and report the vote count. And at that time, the council will decide whether to ratify the resolution ratifying the process, the 218 process. We're adjourned for 15 minutes. Will all council members please take their seats? All right. Madam Clerk, will you please read us the results of the tabulation of the ballots?
Okay. A total of 213,627 ballots were mailed out. We received back 50,935. There are 1,243 provisional ballots, and there are 1,603 incomplete protest ballots. 156 were returned from the post office as undeliverable, and there were 7,909 duplicate APNs. The net result is 41,267, and what was needed was 6,674. 66,674.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Clerk. So as we have closed the public hearing, we are now going to bring this discussion back to the dais. And I just want to remind my colleagues tonight that we are here simply to either affirm or not affirm the Proposition 218 process. Our discussion tonight is limited to that discussion. It's not a discussion of the water rates or the water plan. It is really to discuss this process. City Attorney, would you clarify that any further for me?
Yes, that's correct. The agenda item tonight is a resolution ratifying the Proposition 218 process.
All right. With that being said, do I have any council members that would like to speak on the process? Seeing none, do I have a motion to ratify, to approve the process? Do I have a second? I'll second it. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Our meeting is adjourned.